So we are just about ready to go. Apparently, I was interrupting a live interview down there at the starting line. Wasn't aware of that. Sorry. So we are just about ready to go. Again, starting with Junior Thunder today. And we're going to concentrate on the junior classes as we allow things to warm up a little. And here we go. Good morning, Kevin. First pair of Junior Thunder cars rolling into the beams. Nash Gallant and Dallas Jackson. Nash, left side of the racetrack. Dallas, right-hand side. Nash Gallant, 2007 Mike Boss chassis junior dragster. Oh, Nash turns it red by just 2 thousandths. Was almost perfect. At the finish line, it is Dallas Jackson getting there first, 12 seconds exactly. Nash Gallant, 12:64. Now Alex Green and Owen Armstrong. Owen Armstrong in the right lane. Alex Green, 2025 NHRA Junior Dragster Driver of the Year. For True North Mechanical, Owen Armstrong would like to thank Fountain Tire in Chilliwack and DRI Racing. Alex Green and Owen Armstrong. Again, we had a 00 red light. Alex Green turns it red by just 8 thousandths of a second. Owen Armstrong was 54 on the starting line. Then 12:10 to the finish line. Alex Green there well ahead with an 897. Single. This is Jackson White. And there he goes. Green light to start things off. Here comes the 8th mile finish line, 14:04. Now yesterday's winner, Cadence Rodriguez. No doubt she'll be looking to keep her undefeated streak going. Wow, Cadence Rodriguez, 007. Nice job. 899 at the finish line. Wesley Armstrong there ahead with an 879. Now Pearson Mass and Jack Green. Jack Green, Tower Side. Part of Green Brothers Racing. Pearson, Mass. In the right lane, Pearson out of Maple Ridge for New Excavation Civil Construction. Another 00 light. Unfortunately, another 00 red light. At the finish line is Jack Green there first, 11.95. Pearson, Mass right behind him with a 12.14. Now Ashton Katnick, yesterday's runner-up, Grayson, Mass. Both drivers out of Maple Ridge. An absolute ton of effort goes into these junior programs. Solid green lights, both sides of the racetrack. At the finish line, it is Katnick there first, 9.03. Mass with a 9.11. Good drag race. Hunter Gallant in the right lane. April Bond in the left. April Bond for JBS Equipment. Go figure. Hunter with an 0.31. April Bond turns it red by 41. At the finish line, April Bond, the quicker of the two cars, 8.07. Hunter Gallant with an 8.24. Two more now, Hunter Thompson and Bentley Johnson. Bentley Johnson, yesterday's winner. No doubt be looking to make it 2 in a row. Hunter Thompson turns it red by 58. Bentley Johnson was good on the tree with an 0.35 light. Both cars in the 790s at the finish line. Connor Jackson and Isabella Marshall. Marshall in the right lane for Canco and De Silva Auto World. Isabella Marshall out of Vernon, BC. Behind the wheel of an 016, Mike Boss Chassis Jr. Connor Jackson also drives a Mike Boss. Connor out of Abbotsford in the left lane. TKO Hot Rods, AMS Oil, and Rodrigue Family Racing. Also Fitness Lab and Lordco. Two very solid green lights at the finish line. It is Connor Jackson arriving first with a 796. And Isabella Marshall goes 827. Adam Katnick and yesterday's runner-up, Emily White. Adam Katnick, 015 on the tree, then 793 at the top end. Nice looking run right there. Emily White, 797 through the top end. Tran King. .808 at the finish line, 81 miles an hour.
When did we start?
8:57.
Pardon?
8:57.
So McKenna Thompson and Nick Bond making up our first pairing in Junior Street. Bond turns it a little bit red. Did get to the stripe first, though, with a 922. McKenna Thompson goes 968. We have just a little bit of, looks like water on the starting line. That's what you get sometimes with these newfangled vehicles.
Did anybody turn in a black pair of Armani sunglasses by chance?
I did see you some sunglasses on the bleachers down there, but I think they're more like Oakleys or something.
So next pair is going to be Jackson Dew
Just down here, but I don't know.
and Josephine Smith.
There's a pair sitting on the bleachers down there, but I don't know if they're yours.
Josephine Smith, the 2025 Junior Street Champion. One red light, one green. Josephine goes 963. Jackson Dew with a 1067 in the Jimmy. Next pair getting themselves staged up.
We are going.
So Jenna Monroe with a 002 light on that pass, then 1079. Cash went 1012. Now Jimmy, tower side, behind the wheel of the Firebird. And Owen Harvey in the F100 pickup truck.
Your doctor writing's okay. How cold is the track?
1003 for Jimmy. Owen Harvey goes 1143. Now James McNeil and Shelby McNeil. Brother and sister. James McNeil and Shelby McNeil. 937 to 994, respectively. We're going to finish off with Tony Michelle. So again, we are going to invert the run order for the second rotation of juniors. So when this final car goes down the track, we're going to give them 10 minutes before we're going to need to run Junior Street again. So coming up, next class will be Junior Street, then Junior Thunder, then Junior Lightning. At that point, we will reassess the situation, but the game plan is, or the hope is, we're then going to roll into Pro Bracket. So Pro Bracket, this can be a bit of an extended standby call for you, along with all the other classes. Again, the track would have been too cool to just start the normal program with the normal run order. So the thought was, we'll give juniors 2 rotations before we roll into the other classes. Just does 2 things, gets cars running down the track, and gives a little bit of time for things to just warm up naturally. Hey, everybody, listen up out there. We just had a young lady up here in the tower. She has lost a pair of sunglasses. Pretty nice pair of sunglasses, as I understand it. So everybody keep your eyes open. If you do run across a pair of sunglasses, she would very much appreciate getting them back, so you can just bring them on up to the tower. So keep your eyes open, everybody. Thank you. So, Junior Street, you are running out of time. We're going to need you back here pretty quick. So we have had a couple of pairs of sunglasses turned into the tower, but they're not the ones we're looking for. One's an Iron Man brand. The other one is unmarked. So Junior Street, this is it. You guys need to be in the lanes. Junior Street, we need you now. Junior Street, you gotta be here. It's time to run you again. So we're gonna go Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. Then the game plan is to roll into Pro Bracket. So Pro Bracket, again, consider yourselves on standby. But we are going to have to confirm that we've got enough temperature in the track before we actually make that call. And here we go. Ready to take over? Sure. Okay. So I'm going to turn things back over to our new good man, Mike. So as I was saying, I'm going to turn things over to our new announcer, Mike. Mike did a great job yesterday. Good to have you back.
Thank you, sir.
So I will be back, but for the time being, I'm going to leave it up to you.
Sounds good. All right, we have Nick Bond and McKenna Thompson. Made their way down to the end of the track. McKenna gets a 964 at 74 miles per hour. She was our winner for Junior Street yesterday. Now we have Jackson Dew in the left lane, 96 GMC Jimmy. Up against Cash from Chase, BC in his SN 95 94 Mustang. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Bit of wheel spin off the line, but Cash gets there first with a 995 at 70 miles per hour. Now we've got Jimmy from Abbotsford in his 1990 Pontiac Firebird up against the dent side Ford in the right lane. Jimmy across the line with a 999, 72 miles per hour. Now we have Shelby McNeil up against James McNeil. Shelby in the left lane in the 2010 Nissan. James McNeil in the right lane in the 00 Mustang. James McNeil in the right lane was the 2024 ROC winner, Northwestern Wally winner, and two-time Door Wars finalist. James lit up the cherry a little bit there. Shelby gets across the line with a 990 at 69 miles per hour. Now we have Tony Michael of Chase, BC in his 86 hatch Mustang up against Josephine Smith in her 07 Silverado driving for Zap Strap Racing. Josephine Smith with an 038 reaction time and a 958 at the 8th mile ET. 73 miles an hour. Tony Michael ran an 1125 at 62 miles an hour. Now we have Jenna Monroe out of Surrey in her 2008 Tahoe. Driving today for A&M Marketing, Winter Harbor Marina and RV. Jenna was a little excited to get to the end of the track. Ran a red light, but she ran a 1080 at 66 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are going to get Pro on standby. Pro, this is your standby call. Next up, we've got some juniors taking some passes down the strip. We have Nash Gallant up first, out of Chilliwack, BC, driving an 07 Mike Boss, driving for BDL Auto and Badass Garage. Grayson Moss in the left lane, here from Maple Ridge, driving an 08 Martin. He's driving for New Elevation Civil Construction. Grayson Moss was yesterday's runner-up in the finals for Junior Thunder. Grayson Moss goes red by 7th thou. Crossing the finish line. Nash Gallant comes out on top with a 12.65 at 50 miles per hour. We have Cadence Rodrigue in the TCS lane. Dallas Jackson in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Pro. Pro, you're called to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro, called to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, and stand by, Sportsman. We got Jackson White in the tower lane, driving the Hulk machine. White Lightning Racing. Ashton Kiddenack. He's in the right lane, driving for Lordco and TK Performance. Pulling into the beams right now. Green light, we have Ashton Kiddenack with an 0.38 reaction time. And he gets there first with the 8th mile ET of 8.97 at 72 miles per hour. Jackson White runs a 13.91 at 43 miles per hour. Owen Armstrong in the left lane up against Alex Green. Owen's driving for Fountain Tire Chilliwack and DRI Racing. Alex Green in the right lane, True North Mechanical. Alex Green goes red by 4/10. Gets there first at 894, but the wind goes to the left lane at a 12:05 and 52 miles per hour. That's Owen Armstrong. Now we have Wesley Armstrong in a 2012 Martin chassis. Also driving for Fountain Tire Chilliwack and DRI Racing. Jack Green is in the right lane. True North Mechanical. We got Armstrong versus Green and Armstrong versus Green. Back-to-back races here. Jack Green gets there with an 1191, 54 miles per hour. And now in your left lane, we have Nate Green. In the right lane, we have Pearson Moss out of Maple Ridge. Lining up once again for new excavation, civil construction. Nate Green with a red light. Pearson Moss with a 137 reaction time. Nate Green's pass was a 904. Pearson Moss gets the green on that one with a 1206 at 52 miles per hour. And we have April Bond in the JBS Pink Machine in the left lane. Trans Kang from Chilliwack, DeKalb Ventures car in the right lane. Right lane gets there first with an 805 at 81.6 miles per hour. We got an 805 with a 3 and an 805 with a 1 in the left lane. Very, very close race. Also, it is worth mentioning Tran Kang, a reaction time of a 009. Now we have Bentley Johnson Rodrigue Family Racing in the left lane. In the Lordco lane, we have Hunter Thompson out of Mission, BC. Driving for JBS, the title sponsor of this weekend's event. Off the line, Bentley Johnson with a 0.35 reaction time. Bentley Johnson gets across the line first with a 7.93 at 81 miles per hour. Hunter Thompson ran a 7.93 at 82 miles per hour. We got a 7.93 with a 5 and a 7.93 with a 6. Another very close race. Now, once again, we have Hunter Gallant here. BDL Auto, Badass Garage, up against Connor Jackson. Connor Jackson's in the right lane, Hunter's in the left. Connor's driving for TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil, and Rodrigue Family Racing, Fitness Lab, Lordco. Pulling into the staging beams now. Two greens lit up, and we have Connor Jackson across the line first at a 7.97, 81 miles per hour. Hunter Gallant runs at 8.32 at 78 miles per hour. The Canco car in the left lane, driven by Isabella Marshall. White Lightning Racing, driven by Emily White in the right lane. Light goes green. Emily White gets there first with a 7.96 at 82 miles per hour. Isabella Marshall ran at 8.34 at 80 miles per hour. Up next in the right lane, we have Adam Katnick driving for Lordco and TK Performance. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to get sportsmen to the lanes. Sportsmen, lanes 1 to 4. And we're looking for Super Pro on standby. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Thank you. Totally missed that. Absolutely worth mentioning, Adam Katnick just had a 000 reaction time. 0006. Well done, Adam. That's about as good as it gets. Just wanted to take a quick minute to thank this weekend's title sponsor, JBS Equipment. JBS Equipment, Canadian agricultural equipment manufacturer. Founded in the early 2000s, operating from a 60,000 square foot facility with its main headquarters and fabrication plant in Mission. They've grown through a dealer network across Canada, the US, and even Australia. Built tough right here in Mission, JBS Equipment has become a global name in heavy-duty farm machinery with Fraser Valley-built spreaders, trailers, and baggers working fields all across North America and beyond. Brendan Piskacek in his 1990 Ford Hatch with a Mustang GT. Right lane, we got Rob Getz in his 2024 Ford. Coming here all the way from Kamloops. Brendan Piskacek won the SMROC in 2025. He's driving for Buick Racing and Motoring. But he got a little excited off the line, lighting up that cherry. Rob Getz makes it through the trap with an 11:21 at 194 miles per hour. We got Brian Heffel, 71 Chevy Vega, powered by a 434 small block Chevy. We got Chris Held in the right lane in his 71 Chevy Nova. Chris gets across the line first with a 907 at 146 miles per hour. Brian clocks in at 932, 143 miles per hour. Now we have Neil Cuthbertson in the right lane. 97 Chevy pickup, powered by a 454. And Steve Baskerville in his Volkswagen in the left lane. That is a 2016 Volkswagen Golf R. Good launch off the line with Neil Cuthbertson, but he was a little bit hasty, breaking the beams too early. Red lighting with a 013 reaction time, a negative 013. Steve Baskerville gets across the line with an 1177 at 115. Left lane, Mike Render, 1985 Chevrolet Square S10. Powered by a 6-liter LS, and in the right lane we have another 6-liter LS powered car. This one a 91 Mustang notchback, driven by Ralph Ellers. Green light, Mike Render with a 007 reaction time. Ralph Ellers goes red by 4th thou. Mike gets across the line with a 1082 at 121 miles per hour. Corey McInnes out of Maple Ridge, BC in the left lane, driving his 67 Dart. In the right lane, we have Del Northgraves. Here from Pitt Meadows in his 77 black on black Nova, powered by a 414 small block Chevy. Corey McInnes gets a 069 reaction time. They cross the line. Del Northgraves takes the W on that one with a 1026 at 129 miles per hour. Corey McInnes at 1155 with a buck 14. We got Ross Walker in the right lane, driving his 66 Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2 with a 427 under the hood. John McLean, left lane from Nanaimo, BC, in his 69 Ford Falcon. Falk N Off Racing in the left lane, powered by a 363 Ford. Got a little excited on the line. Went red by 4/10. Right lane, Ross Walker across the line with a 1008 at 130 miles per hour. John McLean ran a 1111 at a buck 20. Now we have Steve Watkins in his 2018 Ford Mustang in the left lane. We got a Coyote car versus Martin Lambert in the right lane, 79 Chevy Monza. Little super short wheelbase H-body car. Fully staged green light Monza, front tires way in the air. Steve Watkins with a 014 reaction time. Monza gets there first. Martin Lambert with a 951 at 141 miles per hour. Up next we have Deborah Dalton, here all the way from Castlegar, BC, in her 79 Chevy. Powered by a 454. And in the right lane we have Jim Stahl from Tulalip. It is 2000 Mustang. Jim Stahl lights up the wind light with a 1074 at 124 miles per hour. Deborah Dalton got an 1160 at 114 miles per hour. Now we have Elijah Copeland, 81 Chevy Camaro in the right lane. Left lane, we have Rob Monroe. His silvery blue or bluey silver, you decide. 1940 Ford pickup powered by a 383 small block Chevy. Rob Monroe makes it across the line first with a 1210 at 113 miles per hour. Elijah Copeland, 1285 at 104 miles per hour. Now we have Bryce Lowe, his 77 Skylark in the left lane, powered by a 496 big block Chevy. Up against Nick Barnhart, 79 Mustang hatch, powered by a 408 Windsor. Bryce Lowe leaves early by 2/10. But he gets across the line with an 1148. Nick Bernhardt lights up the win light with a 1234 at 92 miles per hour. Sean Langley out of Linden, Washington. 428 powered, 69 Mach 1 in the left lane. We got Rich's 73 Nova in the right lane, driving for Transporters Logistics, and thanks to John Tabak for the LS swap that is under the hood. Nice little shout out there in the notes. We got Rich crosses the line with an 1117 at 120 miles per hour. Sean Langley made it across at 1156 at a $1.15. Craig Johnson in the wheelie machine. The 79 Malibu wagon, driving for BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. We got John Baczynski in his 70 Nova here out of Pitt Meadows. Green light, 2 wheelies and a massive wheelie in the left lane, which is what we were all expecting. Left lane lights up the win light with a 1047 at 122 miles per hour. John Baczynski goes a 1076 at 121. Now we have Matt Warner. 66 Mercury 399 Ford powered. Also a wheelie machine, and we got John Tabak in his 89 S10, the rad truck, powered by a 365 LS in the right lane. Both cars get the front tires off the ground. John with a 008 reaction time. Makes it down the track with a 1041 at 127 miles per hour. Matt Warner goes a 1046 at 124. Now we have Lorenz Schwartz in his 83 Monte Carlo Super Sport car, powered by a 468. 1983 was the first year of the Super Sport Monte Carlo. Up against Chris Stone in the right lane, driving a 68 Dodge, powered by a 440. Wheels up start on that race. Lorenz Schwartz gets across the line first with a 10-12 against Chris Stone's 10-16. Lorenz runs a 133 mile per hour. Chris ran a 129 mile per hour. Now we have Jordan Ormsby, 94, white, F-body, in the tower lane. Haley Christensen in the Lordco lane. In the 1967 LS-powered C10 with Chaotic Customs on the door. Creeping into the pre-stage beams now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your lane call. Super Pro to staging lanes 1 through 4. And motorcycles, come on down to lane 5. Motorcycles, we need you guys in lane 5. Thank you. Attention in the pits. We are going with standby hot rods. Hot rods on standby. Sean Kavas in the right lane, driving his 87 Chrysler with the wood paneling on it, rocking the hubcaps and everything. We got Veronica Hodgson in the left lane, driving the 69 Dodge, powered by a 360. 69 Dodge wearing poly gold factory paint color. Little excited off the line, leaves 6/10 early. Cuts the beams with an 1183 in the left lane at 110 miles per hour. Sean in the right lane gets a 1897 at 72 miles per hour. And we have Jeff Homan, 1970 GMC powered by a 383 Chevy. Right lane, we have Jim Olson in a 94 Mustang with a 5-liter under the hood. Jeff creeps through the beams a little early, red lighting by 6/10. Jim Olson with a 1559 at 89 miles per hour. Jeff ran a 1246 at 105. Now we have Graham McNeil in his 2000 Mustang in the left lane. Tyler Smith in the beautiful black on black 68 Chevelle in the right lane. Graham McNeil goes red by 3/10. Lights up the cherry on the tower lane. Tyler Smith gets across the line with an 1151 at 117 miles per hour. Graham McNeil at 1442 with 94 miles per hour. Kevin McCauley, 1983 Cutlass, driving for BDL Automotive, powered by a 350. We have Sylvia Hoogstens in the right lane, 66 Ford Mustang, nicknamed Baby Blue, powered by a 347. Kevin lights up the cherry by 2/10 in the left lane. Kevin makes it down the track with an 1177 at 112 mile per hour. Sylvia Hoogstens 1192 at a buck 11. And now we have Jessica Armstrong in her 75 dart, powered by a Mopar 318, driving with Armstrong Family Racing. Right lane, we have a white Firebird, late model white Firebird. That's all the information I have about that car. White Firebird goes red by 9/10. Jessica Armstrong clocks in a 13:30 at a buck 02. We have Isaac Hazelton in the left lane in that blue GMT 800 Chevy Silverado. Josh Klosky in the right lane in the Fox Body 86 hatch, pulling into the beams now. Isaac Hazelton went red in the tower lane. Isaac crosses the line with a 1364 at 101. Josh Klosky at 1736, 78 miles per hour. Now we have Tyson Lowe, third gen 1984 Camaro, powered by a 350 small block. Eric Hansen in the right lane, driving a 1970 Dodge, powered by a 360. Tyson Lowe goes red by 1 thou in the left lane. Having some bad luck in the left lane right now. Back-to-back red lights. Eric Hansen in his 70 Dodge crosses, breaks the beams at 18 seconds and 15. 74 miles per hour. Tyson Lowe, 1242 at $1.07. Now we have Darren Martin in a 2005 GMC, another GMT 800 truck. McKenna Thompson in the right lane in her white F-150. McKenna Thompson crosses the finish line with a 1477. McKenna Thompson, our junior street champion from yesterday. We have Steve Baskerville in his 2016 Volkswagen Golf R in the left lane, and Brendan Piskacek in his 1990 Ford. Fox Body GT waiting in the burnout box. Doing a little burnout, getting those tires nice and hot, cleaning them up for the run ahead. Brendan Piskacek driving for Buick Racing and Motoring Canada. We got another red light in the tower lane. Brendan Piskacek gets a clean exit off the line. Makes it through the beams at 1317 with a $1.02. Steve Baskerville ran an 1187 with a $1.14 mile per hour. Steve Watkins in the 2018 Ford Mustang powered by the 5-liter. Looks like we got a Coyote versus Coyote matchup here. Up against Rob Getz in the right lane. Coming down from Kamloops, BC. We got a right lane red light. Rob gets down the track quickly with an 11:47 at 102 miles per hour. Steve Watkins lights up the win light with a 12:00 at a $1.17. Now we have Mark Ferguson in his 02 black F-body Firebird, powered by a 346 Chevrolet. Tower Lane, we got that beautiful Mach 1 Mustang. Mustang makes it to the end of the track with an 11:50, an 11:50 at 115 miles per hour. Now we have Andy Klosky from Quesnel driving the Strip Teaser. '65 Chevy, powered by a 406 under the hood. Popping the front tires off the ground, seeing daylight under those front tires with a 0.63 reaction time. Gets across the line with a 9.79 at 134 miles per hour. Grandstands are looking a little bare out there, but I wanted to thank you guys for coming out to this JBS Equipment ET Series season opener. We appreciate you guys supporting the track. Wanted to extend an invite to you guys on April 24th. We have the Mopac Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legal #1. The first Friday night street legal of the season, bringing street cars off the roads and onto the strip for a safe, fun, and competitive night of racing. And we got John Jenkins and Steve McKenzie pulling into the burnout box. John Jenkins driving a 88 Chevy S10 with a 406 under the hood. Steve McKenzie in an 87 Cavalier. '87, that's the first generation of Chevy Cavalier. And probably the only one that you'll ever see on the road these days. And definitely the only one that you'll see powered by a 548 big block Chevy and rear wheel drive. John Jenkins driving for West Coast Building McKenzie Racing and Bubba's. Steve McKenzie must have heard me talking about his car. He went red by 9 thous. Little bit of a slip up at the starting line. John Jenkins crosses with a 10.13 at 129 miles per hour. Steve McKenzie gets across the line with an 8.92 at a $1.54. Now we got a couple rail cars heating up their tires. Daniel Rodrigue in the white car in the tower lane, driving an 08 TNT chassis. So we're about to see an explosive run. Powered by a 615 big block Chevy. Emily Gerard in the right lane in a 01 undercover chassis, powered by a 582 big block Chevy, driving for Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical. Breaking the pre-stage beams now. The cars are creeping forward, getting ready to rip. Green light. 012 reaction time for Daniel Rodrigue. And Daniel gets there first with a 713 at a $185 mile per hour across the finish line. Emily Gerard ran a 747 at a $179. We got Brad Powell here from Linden, Washington in his 1967 Chevelle with a 582 under the hood. The red car in the right lane, red Pontiac, just waiting on some information about that car. They are pre-staged and ready to make a pass. Red car goes red by 3,000. Brad Powell runs a 833 at 163 miles per hour. Just a beautiful sounding Nova. Laying down some fresh rubber on the track for us. That Nova is David Kowalski. It's a 1970 flavor with a 548 under the hood. Glenn Monaghan in the rail car, all the way from Summerland, BC, the land of summer. He's got a 632 sitting behind him. That's about to push him down this quarter. Launch off the line for the 70 Nova. Had a bit of trouble with the rail car in the right lane. 70 Nova gets a 748 at a $155 across the finish line. Solid burnout from that beautiful 69 Camaro in the right lane. Andy Hatton, he's behind the wheel of that machine. And we have Kevin McNichol in the left lane driving the 67 Nova. Kevin McNichol, 2024 Super Pro champ, driving for Rad. 2025 Door Wars champ. Andy Hatton's driving for Bubba's and Derek Shirk. And that car, by my eye, appears to be painted in Synergy Green, which was a 2010 Camaro color, which was a beautiful color, but only available on the V6 for some reason. Andy Hatton crosses the line with an 827, 162 miles per hour. Kevin McNichol runs a 974 at 136. We got Jeremy Soares in his 01 Cameron rail chassis, powered by a 584 big block Chevy. And we got John Tabak in his 89 S10. 365 LS powered, a rad truck. And it certainly is a rad truck. John goes red by 5 thou. Jeremy Soares with a 010 reaction time, crossing the finish line at a 7:36 at a $178 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need hot rods to lane 3 and 4. That's hot rods to lane 3 and 4. Stand by, super shifters. We got John Brining in his 1980 Camaro in the left lane. Powered by a 632 with Mike Robinson in the Lordco lane. Driving his 1927 Roadster. Powered by a 448. John Skier all the way from Parksville, BC. Asleep at the line. Something must have happened at the starting line there for John. Left over a second late. We got Mike Robinson with a 914 at 142 miles per hour. We got Mike Stewart, 1967 Chevy, driving for Ken Specialty, Gibson Trans, Late Performance, Big Al Motorsports, and Bucky's Mini Excavating. Ted Buss in the right lane. 1934 Ford, powered by a 427 Chevy, representing Shawnigan Trucking. Mike Stewart with a 001 reaction time. Craig Johnson here in the left lane. Keep your eyes peeled on that car because he's about to just about slam that back bumper on the ground. Big wheel standing car driving for BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. We have Steve Veach in the right lane, 72 Plymouth, powered by a 416 Mopar. Green light, wheels up. Can always expect about a 100-foot wheel stand from that Malibu wagon. Supremely entertaining, and he lights up the wind light with a 1043 across the line at 123 miles per hour. Steve Veach runs a 1080 at 127. And now we got Brian Ritchie out of Poco, BC, driving a 1968 Chevelle. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super shifters, we need you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Super shifters, lanes 1 and 2. Thank you. We got Camaro versus Camaro, a first gen versus a second gen. Brad Vinci in the left lane in his 1968 Chevy Camaro. Kevin Garlock in the right lane, piloting a 71. Brad's driving for B&C Racing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super shifters, we need you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Super shifters, come on down. Hot rods, this is your final call. Final call, hot rod. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Licensing and tech, we need you guys in lanes 5 and 6. License and test. License and test, 5 and 6. Juniors, you guys are on standby. Standby, juniors. We got G. Van Brar driving out of Surrey. 2016 rail car powered by a 582 Chevy. Warren Jacobson in the right lane in a 1967 Chevy 2 with a 454 big block under the hood. Warren Jacobson goes red in the right lane. G. Van Brar clean pass down the strip, clocking in at a 791 ET with 169 miles per hour. Right lane Warren Jacobson makes a 1083 pass at 141 mile per hour. We got a Suzuki motorcycle. Got that back tire nice and sticky. Pulling into the beams now for a solo run. Some issues off the line for the motorcycle.
Well, problems for the motorcycle there. He's pushing it back. Kind of a big bog off the starting line. So, next pair of motorcycles doing a burnout. Dale Storzik out of Surrey with the Suzuki, tower side of the racetrack. Over to Lordco Lane, Jody Brickwood out of Surrey, also with his 78 Kawasaki. Problems for Jody there, so he's going to back up, restage the bike. Daryl goes through with a 929, 147 miles per hour over here in that TCS lane. Jody with that 2-1-0 reaction time goes on down through the track at a 941 at 139 miles per hour. Brings up our next bike over here in the tower side. Oh. Corey Craig over here at Tower Lane out of Chilliwack with a Hayabusa. Dwayne Stevens out of Langley with the 08 Hayabusa over in the Lordco Lane. Dwayne going red, 044. To Corey's 131 reaction time. Lordco Lane stops the timers first with a 955, 157 miles an hour to an 1142 at 140 for Corey. What? And our winner from yesterday is Wild Bill McDonald out of DeRoche with the 86 Kawasaki. Final call, license and test, 5 and 6. License and test, 5 and 6. Maybe Wild Bill did a little celebrating last night, 43 reaction time. A little slow this morning, goes through with a 10:46 at 120 miles an hour. That brings a close to that set of time trials for motorcycle. Moving into hot rod. That's up next. Sylvia Hookston's over here in the tower side out of Maple Ridge, 66 Ford Mustang. Out of Surrey, Rob Monroe with his 1940 Ford pickup truck. Rob going 005 red to Sylvia's 062 reaction time. Again, the top end first was Rob with a 12:04 at 114 miles an hour to Sylvia's 12:01 at 111. Okay, Mike, you ready to do this again?
Yes, sir. Finished my breakfast, so we got Walter Johnson, 1972 Chevelle in the left lane, powered by a 408. Rob Hodgson with a 007 reaction time. And he stops the timer first at a 10:57 with a $125 mile per hour. Walter Johnson, 11:12 ET at a $119. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, we need you guys. Lanes 4 and 5, please. Junior Street, 4 and 5. Junior Thunder, lane 1. We need Junior Lightning in lane 2. Thunder lane 1, Lightning lane 2. For your first round of eliminations. Ken Hogue made his way down the track with an 11:11, 121 miles per hour in his 64 Plymouth Fury. Now we got Joel Smith in the tower lane, 71 Ventura. And that car has an absolutely screaming sound to it. We got Jamie Roth in the right lane, driving a 64 Comet powered by a 347. Joel Smith, driving today for Zapstrap Racing and Gibson's Trans. Jimmy Roth in the right lane, driving for Shin Kicker Racing. Joel Smith got a little excited and left red. Jamie Roth, green light lit up with a 997 at 135 mile per hour. Joel Smith ran a 1051 at a $127. We got Dan Gray in that massive 1983 Ford, the bullnose pickup truck powered by a 460 in the tower lane. John DePork in his 77 second gen Camaro with a 383 stroker motor under the hood. Little bit of wheel spin for Dan Gray off the line. Always entertaining watching that giant truck get the clutch dumped on it. John DePort breaks the beams at a 1019, 131 miles per hour. Dan Gray 1166 at a buck 16. We got Will Zork, 1962, beautiful Chevrolet Bel Air, powered by a 409 Chevy. Al Lougheed in the right lane. Here from North Van driving his Ford Falcon. '62 Bel Air goes red by 10 thou. Al Lougheed with a clean run, 989 at 144 miles per hour. Will Zork in that fine 409 went an 11.00 at a buck 23. Now we have Scott Winterbottom, 1963 Chevy 2. We got a 434 small block Chevy under the hood, lined up next to Keith Winterbottom. 1968 Camaro, powered by a 420 Chevy. Whoa, a bit of a bouncy start and a problem in the left lane. Right lane, despite a bouncy start, made a clean run. That was Keith crossing the finish line with an 883 at a buck 53 mile per hour. Scott got some issues in the left lane. Not sure what happened there, but the track staff is checking it out, making sure the car is not leaving any liquids on the track. Checking the car over, because we want our track to stay nice and sticky here at Mission Raceway Park. Shout out River Valley Ford. This is the River Valley Ford drag strip right here at Mission Raceway Park. Mission's only Ford dealership, serving the Fraser Valley from its Lougheed Highway location. It's a single location dealership, but it covers a lot. New Ford sales, certified pre-owned vehicles, fleet and commercial truck service, financing, parts, detailing, and full maintenance work. From daily drivers to Super Duty tow rigs, River Valley Ford in Mission is the Fraser Valley's one-stop Ford headquarters. Head on over there, you'll find sales, service, fleet trucks, and the parts you need to keep you moving all season long.
Yeah, we're down right now because we gotta get our car just off the starting line. It's broken.
Got a little bit of downtime here on the track. So I'm going to share with you guys some fun racing facts. Top fuel and funny car facts. There is a 540 revolution rule. From the moment the green light drops to the finish line, a top fuel dragster engine only rotates about 540 times, including the burnout. The entire engine life is often less than 900 revolutions per run.
Historical track, historic.
Where are you guys from again?
They're down in Vendor Row.
Vendor Row.
Right.
Vendor Row.
Okay, are you set up today?
Yes, we're here today.
Perfect.
Cool tools in the house, man.
Well, racers and race fans alike, we got Matco Tools in the house, in the tower right now. Go on down and check them out. They're on the pit side. You'll find Matco Tools. That's Matco Tools down Vendor Row. Get down there and check them out. Track is clear, it looks like. We got Dale Wood and his 72 Nova in the water right now. Dale Wood fully staged for a solo run. The 72 Nova. Bit of wheel spin off the line. There was no burnout in the box. So his tires were definitely a little bit wet there. Dale Wood pulls a 12.19 at 117 mile per hour. Looks like we got some problems for Connor Camp and his 64 Ford. The ground pounder is not doing much ground pounding right now, but I'm sure we'll see him out at the track later on today. Some more quiet time on the track, so I'm going to go ahead and drop another fun fact for you guys. We're talking exhaust downforce. The exhaust gases shooting out of the zoomy headers on a top fueler car aren't just for show. They produce up to 1,100 pounds of vertical downforce, helping keep the car pinned to the track. While you guys are watching the racing today, keep an eye on those rear tires, those big slicks. When you see a car's tire wrinkle the sidewall during launch, that is the tire acting like a spring. Not only does it squish down to create a larger footprint on the ground, but that wrinkle is stored energy, so the tire itself acts as a spring off the starting line. First round junior street eliminations. We've got Owen Harvey in the tower lane is Denside Ford. Jackson Dew in the 96 GMC Jimmy. Owen Harvey at 1104 dial-in. Jackson Dew dialed in on a 1068. Jackson Dew with a 022 reaction time. Owen Harvey with a sleepy 258. Jackson Dew gets there first with a 1073 at 61 miles an hour. Owen Harvey's going to be parking the old Ford. We got Shelby McNeil in the right lane. McNeil Racing Team. Cash in his 94 Mustang. Cash and Shelby, both with a 990 dial-in. Racing to the 8th mile. Shelby McNeil with a 007 reaction time. She'll move ahead with a 987 on a 990 dial at 70 miles per hour. McKenna Thompson will move ahead. She was a junior street champion yesterday. 981 on a 964 dial. Now we have Jimmy from Abbotsford in his 1990 Pontiac F-body T-top car. In the right lane, there's Nick Bond in that late model Ford. Jimmy's got a 990 dial. Lord Colane, 914 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro to the lanes, pro to the staging lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And sportsmen, you guys are on standby. Pro to the lanes, sportsmen on standby. Nick Bond moves on with a 959 on a 914 dial, 65 miles per hour. We got James McNeil in the white Mustang. He's on a 931 dial. Josephine Smith in the GMT 800 Super Sport truck. In the left lane, she is on a 960 dial. Clean leaves for both competitors here, making their way down the track. Josephine Smith for Zapstrap Racing gets the green on that one with a 967. 67 miles per hour. Jenna Monroe, 08 Tahoe, A&M Marketing. Winter Harbor Marina and RV. She's on a 1080 dial in the tower lane. Getting ready to launch that thing. Jenna goes red by 3/10. Lit up the cherry, but made it across the line with a 1081 on a 1080 dial, 66.54 miles per hour. Couple juniors pulling into the water box right now. Get those tires nice and warm, nice and sticky. We got Green Machine versus Green Machine. We got Alex Green in the Tower lane, Jack Green in the Lordco lane. Brothers driving for True North Mechanical. Alex Green 892 dial. We got Jack Green in the right lane on an 1195 dial. Both dragsters lighting up the pre-stage lights. Gonna inch their way forward to be fully staged, which they are. Now they're waiting for the green. Alex Green takes it with an 891 at 73 miles per hour. We got Cadence Rodrigue in the right lane, driving out of Chilliwack, BC. 06 Creative Rail Car chassis. Grayson Mass in an 08 Martin chassis. New Elevation Civil Construction in the left lane. Grayson Mass with a 914 dial. Cadence Rodrigue on an 893 dial. Cadence Rodrigue driving for AMS Oil. Ken Specialty Automotive, Elite Belts, NC Engines. Ernie's Speed and Customs. And Dave and Trudy. Grayson Mass rocking the car into the full stage. We got a red light in the left lane by 15 thou. Cadence Rodrigue takes it with an 895 at 73 miles per hour. Jackson White in the Hulk machine in the tower lane, driving for White Lightning Racing. We got Nash Gallant, BDL Auto, and Badass Garage. Jackson White's on a 1390 dial. Nash Gallant's on a 1260 dial. Jackson White goes red by 4 thou. Nash Gallant runs a 1260, 50 miles per hour. Across the trap at the 8th mile. We have Pearson Mass in an 07 Martin chassis. Another new excavation civil construction car. Owen Armstrong, Chilliwack, BC, in an 04 Creative chassis. Fountain Tire Chilliwack, DRI Racing. Owen Armstrong, 1205 dial. Pearson Mass, 1209 dial. Pearson Mass takes it, crossing the finish line with a 12:28 at 52 miles per hour. Owen Armstrong, 11:93 pass at 53 miles per hour. Dallas Jackson in the right lane, driving an 08 RPC. She's driving today for Extreme Hydrovac and Cascade Capital on an 1195 dial. Dallas gets across the finish line. 1198 on an 1195 dial. 52 miles per hour. Now we have Wesley Armstrong here out of Chilliwack in his 2012 Martin chassis. Driving for Fountain Tire Chilliwack and DRI Racing. He's on a 990 dial. Ashton Katnick, Maple Ridge, BC, Lordco TK Performance in the tower lane. He's on an 892 dial. Left lane lights up the win light. That is Ashton Katnick with an 889 at 74 miles per hour. Wesley Armstrong runs an 874 at 73 miles per hour. Hunter Gallant in the right lane on an 822 dial, driving for Lordco, Milron, BDL Auto, Rocket Coatings, and those guys Customs. We got Hunter Thompson in the left lane, driving for this weekend's title sponsor, JBS Equipment. He is on a 792 dial. Breaking the staging light beams right now. We got Hunter versus Hunter. Hunter in the right lane breaks the beams a little early by 8 thou. Hunter Thompson in the left lane gets a 793. 793 with an 8 on a 792 dial, runs 82 miles per hour to the 8th mile. Hunter Gallant runs at 860 at 62 miles per hour. We got a blue and black machine up against a blue and black machine here. Connor Jackson in the left lane, driving a 2014 Mike Boss chassis. We got Nash Gallant in the right lane, driving for BDL Auto and Badass Garage. Connor Jackson's on a 800 dial. Nash Gallant is dialed in at a 801. Connor Jackson leaves early by a 10th and a half, making it easy for Nash Gallant in the right lane. Nash Gallant rides out a 793 at 80 miles an hour. Nash Gallant went quicker than his dial, but Connor lit up the cherry on that one. Two more cars pulling up right now. April Bond from Mission, BC. In the pink JBS machine, the title sponsor for this weekend's event. Isabella Marshall in a 2016 Mike Boss chassis. Driving today, representing Canco, Andy Silva Auto World. Left lane takes it with an 846 on an 836 dial. That's Isabella, my mistake, Isabella Marshall. April Bond runs an 801 on an 804 dial. We got Bentley Johnson. Rodrigue Family Racing in the right lane, 805 dial in. Up against Tran Kang out of Chilliwack. Driving for Duck Howe Ventures. Tran is in the right lane. 791 dial. Bentley Johnson is in the left lane with an 805 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need sportsmen to the lanes. Sportsmen to the lanes right now, please. Super Pro, you're on standby. Standby, Super Pro. Adam Katnick's candy red metal flake rail car about to make a pass. Light goes green. He's got a 790 dial. And he crosses with a 789. .82 miles per hour in the 8th mile trap. Next Friday, opening night for the Mopac Auto Supply Friday night Street Legals. We're talking the first Friday night Street Legals of this season, open to daily driven vehicles. This event is all about testing reaction times, personal best, and enjoying drag racing in a relaxed, spectator-friendly atmosphere. Come on down. Speaking of Mopac Street Legals, Mopac Auto Supply has been Canada's go-to high-performance part supplier since 1973. With 2 superstore locations today, Langley and Edmonton, after more than 50 years in the game, they're known for carrying 200-plus product lines from major performance brands, making them a huge name for racers, hot rodders, muscle cars, and street machines. From dyno tuning and power testing to the parts that make the difference on race day, Mopac Auto Supply in Langley has been fueling Western Canada's performance scene since 1973. And they're right there backing Friday night street legal racing starting next weekend. Come on out.
So round 2 time trials for Pro Bracket. Chris Helda out of Burlington, Washington with 71 Chevy 2. Tower side of the racetrack. All the way down from Cornell this weekend, Andy Klosky with his 65 Chevelle, the Strip Teaser. We almost heads up lead by both drivers. Stop of the timers first will be the TCS side of the racetrack. Goes through at 10:13 at a $1:44. And he goes through with an 11.98 with a slowing 89 miles an hour. Maybe having some issues on that run. Nick Barnhart out of Boco with the 79 Mustang Tower side. All the way up from Hillsboro, Oregon, Steve Watkins with the 2018 Ford Mustang, the Lordco side of the racetrack. Nick just a little tardy on the light, but looks like he's going to stop the timers first up at the top end of the racetrack. Goes through with a 1060, 110 miles an hour. Thus Steve's 1204 at 117 miles per hour. Next up is Ralph Allers out of Mission City, 1991 Red Mustang. Lordco Lane out of Chilliwack with the 85 S10 is Mike Render. With a no 47 reaction time to Ralph's 114 reaction time. Getting to the top end first, it looks like it's going to be the Mustang. Goes through with a 1064 at $125 to the Lordco Lanes, 1083 at 122. John McLean out of Nanaimo with the 69 Ford Falcon. Falcon Off Racing. Spectator side of the racetrack, out of Everett, Washington, Martin Lambert, 79 Chevy Monza. Big wheel stand from the Monza. Reaction time going to the Lordco Lane Go from 75 to 187 Tower side. Lordco Lane stops the timers first with a 948 at 141 miles per hour. TCS side of the racetrack went through at 11:17 at a $1:20. Brian Heffel out of Abbotsford, 71 Chevrolet Vega, going up against Matt Warner out of Sumas, Washington, with the wheel standing 66 Mercury Comet. Reaction time for Matt, 175. Ryan. Getting to the top end first, it's going to be the TCS side. Goes through at a 940, a $143 to Matt's 1046 at a $125.
Sandy McInnes crosses the line with an 11:58 at 114 miles per hour. We have Jim Stahl in the tower lane up against John Tabak in the Lordco lane in his 1989 S10. with a 365 LS under the hood. Clean start to this race. John clocking in a 006 reaction time. Getting there first with a 10:43 at 127 miles per hour. Now we got Rich in his 73 Nova in the tower lane, driving for Transporters Logistics. Craig Johnson in the right lane, the Wheelie Machine 79 Malibu wagon for BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Keep your eyes on the right lane. He's about to see nothing but the sky for the first 100 feet of this race. Inching their way back up into the staging lights. Getting ready to take these cars for a rip down the track. Big wheel stand, as always, for the 79 Malibu wagon. Coming out ahead of the 73 Nova. 73 Nova red lit. Craig Johnson passes the finish line with a 10:47 at a $1:23. Rich clocks in on 11:17 at a $1:20. We've got Del Northgrave's 77 Nova. Black on black up against Sean Langley out of Linden, Washington, and his 69 Mach 1 with a 4:28 under the hood. Sean Langley with a 0.66 reaction time versus Del's 0.89. Dell takes it with a 10:28 at 129 miles per hour. Sean Langley ran a 11:62 at a $1:15. We got Deborah Dalton in her big body Chevy 79 Chevy named Mabel with a 4:54 under the hood up against Ross Walker in the silver Chevy 2 in the tower lane. That's a 1966 Chevy with a 427 under the hood, driving for Preston Chevrolet. And he inched forward, lit up the cherry. Deborah takes her solo run, clocking in an ET of 11 seconds, 11:53 at 115 miles an hour. Ross Walker creeping into the staging lights, and we got a green light. And I don't think he was ready for that green light. Sat at the line for 4 seconds. Crossed the finish line with a 10:08. We got Stone Cold Racing, Chris Stone in the right lane, piloting his 68 Dodge, powered by a 440. Neil Cuthbertson in the left lane, 97 Chevy pickup with a 454 under the hood. Chevy pickup rocking some Frenched-in Cadillac taillights. And he has some issues on the track. But it's Neil's lucky day because Chris Stone red lit by 8 thous. Chris Stone runs a 10:15. Neil Cuthbertson, despite the early shutdown, he runs a 15:42 and gets the green, rolling across the finish line at 83 miles per hour. We got Rob Getz out of Kamloops, 2024 Ford 5-liter. Coyote engine pickup truck in the right lane. Rob Monroe from Surrey driving his 1940 Ford pickup with a 383 stroker small block. Clean leave for both sides of the track. Rob Getz gets an 11:46 at a $1.22. Robin Rowe, 12:00 at 1:13. Lawrence Schwartz, 83 Monte Carlo. The first year of the G-Body Supersport Monte Carlo, rocking a 468, driving for Bubba's Speed Shop. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Motorcycles, we got you guys on standby. Super Pro, come on down. Motorcycles, hang tight. John Baczynski in the tower lane, 1970 Cuda. Pulling into the beams for a pass. Got a bit of daylight under those front tires. Crosses the finish line with a 1080 at 121 miles per hour. Tyler Smith, sports champion from yesterday, lining up next to McKenna Thompson, junior street champion from yesterday. Tyler Smith behind the wheel of that 68 Chevelle. McKenna Thompson in the white Ford. Tyler Smith gets the win light with 11:52 at a $1.17 miles per hour. McKenna Thompson, 14.95 at 94 miles per hour. Taryn Monroe in the right lane in her 97 Trans Am. Up against Haley Christensen. Driving out of Surrey in her 67 C10. Chaotic Customs on the door. Win light in the tower lane, 11:22 at 120 miles per hour. Mark Ferguson, 02 Firebird. He's got a 346 Chevy in that F-body. In the right lane, the left lane, Sean Kvass in his 87 Chrysler Woody wagon. Little front-wheel drive ripper. Mark Ferguson gets across the line with a 12.65 at 107 miles per hour. Sean made his way to the finish line with a 18.99 at 72 miles per hour. Eric Hansen in the right lane in a very original looking 1970 Dodge powered by a Dodge 360. Jordan Ormsby, 94 Firebird in the left lane. Jordan red lights by 0.2. Wind light is lit up in the right lane for Eric Hansen and his Dodge. Eric Hansen with a 1777 at 75 miles per hour. Jordan Ormsby, a 1283 at 110 miles per hour. We got Jeff Homan, 1970 GMC, 383 powered, with Graham McNeil in the tower lane in the 2000 Mustang. Jeff gets across the line with a 1254 at a $105. Graham McNeil, 1448, 94 miles per hour. Veronica Hodgson, 69 Dodge, 360, driving for Lordco. We got Sylvia Hookstons in baby blue, the 64 Mustang, or 66 Ford Mustang, powered by a 347. Veronica crosses the finish line with an 1183 at 110 miles per hour. Sylvia gets there with 1190 with 111 miles per hour. We got Tyson Lowe in his third gen 84 Camaro with a 350 small block Chevy under that hood. Kevin McCauley, 83 Cutlass in the tower lane, driving for BDL Automotive, also with a 5.7 Chevy under the hood. We got a 0.73 reaction time in the right lane, 0.84 in the left lane, making their way down the track now. TCS lane takes it with an 11.76 at 112 miles per hour. That's Kevin. Tyson Lowe runs a 12.42 at 107. We got Jessica Armstrong out of Chilliwack, BC. 1975 Dart, powered by a 318, Armstrong Family Racing. Isaac Hazelton and that 06 blue Chevy Silverado Super Sport. Jessica Armstrong crosses the finish line first with a 1328 at 102 miles per hour. Isaac Hazelton, his 06 Silverado, ran a 1377 at 100 miles per hour. We got Brendan Piskacek in his 1990 Ford Fox Body Hatch, the GT Mustang with a 306, driving for Buick Racing and Motoring Canada, up against the red Mach 1 Mustang. Mach 1 Mustang gets a 002 reaction time. And in this Mustang versus Mustang race, we got the tower lane, takes the W on that one, 1160 at 115 miles per hour. Brendan Piskacek running a 1321 at 102. Josh Klosty out of Quesnel, Kloski, that is. Out of Quesnel in his 86 hatchback Mustang, up against Darren Martin from New West in his 05 GMC. $16.77 in the Lordco lane for Darren Martin, 80 miles an hour. Josh Kloski runs a 1737, 77 miles per hour. We got Steve Watkins in the right lane, 2018 Ford Mustang. In the left lane, we have another Coyote-powered racer here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, motorcycles, this is your call to lane 5. Lane 5, motorcycles, stand by. Hot rods. Hot rods, stand by. Jim Olson in the left lane, 94 Mustang, 5-liter. Steve Baskerville. Oh, that is not Steve Baskerville in his Volkswagen. We have a mystery Ford truck in the right lane. Don't have any info on that. Clean start to the race for both of them. Truck takes it with an 1119 at 126 miles an hour.
A little bit of the slower one, tower side, on the way down to Utah Bend.
Copy that. He's almost here.
Shout out to Black Bandit Industries. Black Bandit, Canadian diesel performance brand with strong roots in Surrey, BC, known for building high-performance truck parts for Cummins, Duramax, Powerstroke, and EcoDiesel platforms. Their parts are sold through major Canadian diesel suppliers and dealers, giving them reach across Canada and the U.S. market. We are good to go, and the track is hot, so we got Ted Buss pulling up in his 34 Ford on the tower lane. John Jenkins from Delta in his 88 S10 with a 406 under the hood in the right lane. John Jenkins, West Coast Building, Mackenzie Racing. Ted Buss driving for Shawnigan Trucking in that 327 Chevy-powered Ford. John Jenkins with a 0.006 reaction time, leaving very well, but Ted Buss takes it with a 913 at 142 miles per hour. John Jenkins runs a 1015 at 129. We got Colton Morin, 07 Race Tech rail car, with a 615 big block Chevy sitting behind him. We got Mike Robinson in the right lane in the 1927 Roadster with a 448. Colton Morin Motorsports, and Comox Valley Excavating. Sticky launch for both the cars. Mike Robinson with a 008 reaction time, but Colton Morin takes it with a 775 at 172 miles per hour. Mike Robinson ran a 918 at 142 miles per hour. We got Andy Hatton out of Langley in the 69 Camaro with a 598 big block Chevy under the hood, up against Steve McKenzie in a first gen 87 Cavalier, 548 big block Chevy, small car, big engine. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rods lane 1 and 2. We need hot rods in lanes 1 and 2. Stand by, super shifters. Andy Hatton took that last race with a 825 across the traps. 162 miles per hour. Steve McKenzie and that little black Cavalier ran at 885 at 154 miles per hour. Daniel Rodrigue in the 08 TNT rail car, powered by a 615 big block Chevy. And we got Shane Ledger starting his burnout in the box right now. 67 Nova Supersport. Black car with the red cage is a very nice looking combination. Shane Ledger 565 dart motor under the hood, creeping into the staging beams right now. Green light, Daniel Rodrigue gets a little hasty on the starting line. Red lights by 11 now. Shane Ledger takes it with an 854, 157 miles per hour. Rail car ran a 714 at 185. We got Kevin McNichol in the right lane right now. 1967 Nova, powered by a 434 small block Chevy. 2024 Super Pro champ. 2025 Door Wars champ. Up against Paul Soares. Paul Soares in the red Pontiac on the tower lane. Paul Soares leaving with the wheels up. Kevin McNichol leaving with a 009 reaction time. Paul Soares takes it with an 806 at 169 miles per hour. Kevin McNichol got across the line with a 978 at $135. Steve Veach, 72 Plymouth. Powered by a 416 Mopar. And we got Mike Stewart's 67 Chevy in the right lane. Mike Stewart takes it across the line with a 1003 at 132 miles per hour. Steve Veach runs a 1081 at 126. We got Warren Jacobson in a 67 Chevy 2 in the tower lane. And we've got Shaylin from Langley. My screen's telling me it's a 74, but that is definitely a front-engine dragster. She's driving for DNS Racing, Alder Auto, Innovative Manufacturing, Coastal Equipment, bumper to bumper. Pulling up to the staging lights right now. Shaylin gets across the line with a 919 at 143 miles per hour. Warren Jacobson, 1085 at $140. We have Brad Vinci and Kevin Garlock. These guys lined up next to each other earlier on for this first gen versus second gen Camaro race. We got a 71 in the Tower lane, a 68 in the Lordco lane. Brad's driving for B&C Racing. Kevin Garlock's car popping the front wheels off the ground, taking off running down the track. Brad Vinci got a 004 reaction time. Kevin Garlock takes it with an 882 at $153. Brad Vinci, 1043 at 147. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super shifters, this is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4, super shifters. Stand by, license and test. License and test, stand by. We got John Tabak in his 1989 S10. In the Tower lane, a rad truck up against G. Van Brar out of Surrey. Rail dragster powered by a 582 Chevy. Rail dragster makes it across the line with a 790 at 169 miles per hour. John's ET was a 1041 at 127. We got John in his second gen Camaro. We got a 1980 flavor with a 632 under the hood on the Tower lane. Brad Powell in the silver car in the Lordco lane. 1967 Chevelle with a 582 under the hood. Brad's coming all the way up from Linden. John's coming all the way from Parksville, BC. Both these drivers had a bit of a drive to get here. Putting down some solid runs, definitely worth the trip. Nice little wheel stand from John, but Brad Powell definitely left a lot quicker. Brad Powell's reaction time 006. And he takes the green light at the end of the track with a 833 at 163 miles per hour. John Brining ran a 923 at 147 miles per hour. Now we have Stephen Robert from Courtney, BC in a 34 Chevy. Nicknamed the Evil Bucket. Up against a Camaro. Second gen Camaro rocking a really cool looking color combination. Stephen Robert red lit by 7th thou, giving it to Jan, who crosses the finish line with a 1063 at 123 miles an hour. Stephen Robert runs a 909 at 142 miles per hour. Got a couple rail cars. Couple rail cars lining up here. Glenn Monaghan from Summerland, BC. And we got Jeremy Soares in the right lane from Terrace. Glenn in the TCS lane, Jeremy in the Lordco lane. Solid launch by both those drivers as they make their way down the track, except Glenn redlit by 3/10. So it goes to Jeremy, crossing the finish line with a 736 at 179 miles per hour. Glenn Monaghan runs a 699 at 192. Lauren Schwartz, 83 Monte Carlo. We got G-Body versus G-Body here, folks. Craig Johnson in the wheelie machine, Malibu wagon, driving for BC Scala and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Lawrence Monte Carlo, driving for Taves Roofing, Bubba's Speed Shop, and of course, we have Johnson's Custom Exhaust, but they're both driving for Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Keep your eyes on the tower lane. That car is about to pop a massive wheelie. Attention. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. License and test. License and test. We're looking for you guys in lane 6. Attention pits. Juniors, you guys are on standby. Standby juniors. We got Emily Gerard, 01 undercover rail car with rad torque systems on the side of it. Sitting behind a 582 big block Chevy, we got Brian Ritchie in the right lane in his 68 Chevelle. Hooking it and booking it. Emily with a 040 reaction time. Brian with a 011. Emily takes it with a 745 at 180 miles per hour. Brian with a 791 at 170 miles per hour. Now we got Steve Lowe pulling up for a solo run in his 92 Firebird. He's sitting behind a 582 under the hood.
Single tower side.
Steve Lowe left early, lit up the cherry, but ran a 10:04 at 168 miles per hour. Moving on to motorcycles. We got some two-wheeled machines getting ready to take a run down the strip here, the River Valley drag strip. Suzuki left the line a little cleaner this time. Last time there's some issues on the line. Made it down to the end of the track at a 1395. Was coasting though. We got a 78 Kawasaki in the tower lane, piloted by Jody Brickwood out of Surrey. Daryl Storzuk coming here from Surrey in the right lane on his 86 Suzuki. Both bikes powered by a 1428. We got Brickwood Renovations in the Tower Lane, League Pro Suzuki in the Lordco Lane. Had a bit of a problem for Jody, left way early before the tree even started to light up. I think there was a little bit of a slip of the hand on that one. Daryl Storzik runs a 9:24 at a $151. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have Junior Lightning to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Thunder also 1 and 2.
Final call for license staff to lane 6.
And street 3 and 4.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. My mistake. We have Junior Thunder lane 1, Junior Lightning lane 2. And we need Street coming down to the staging lanes 3 and 4. Attention in the pits. This is your final call for license and test to lane 6. Ryan Isherwood in the tower lane out of Cobble Hill, BC. In that beautiful gold 66 Satellite with a 440 under the hood. Lining up next to Walter Johnson of Abbotsford in his 72 Chevelle. Clean lead for both the drivers, but Ryan Isherwood puts down a perfect reaction time. 0-0-0 with a 7. Walter Johnson takes the W on that one at 11:13 at 119 miles per hour. Ryan Isherwood runs an 11:88 at 116. We got Terry Hoogston's 66 Chevy 2 with a 383 stroker under the hood. Rob Hodgson in the left lane, 67 Plymouth 440. Rob Hodgson, 67 Plymouth, makes it down the strip with a 10:58, 125 miles an hour. Terry completes his pass with a 11:94. Ken Hogue on his solo run in the 64 Plymouth just ran a 11:06 at 120 miles per hour. Now we got Jamie Roth out of Langley in the tower lane in his 64 Comet with a 347 Ford under the hood. Driving for Shin Kicker Racing, Joel Smith in the right lane, Abbotsford, BC resident, 71 Ventura with a 393. He's driving for Zap Strap Racing and Gibson's Trans. Just waiting in the water box. Looks like they're good to go to start heating up their tires. Jamie Roth taking a nap at the starting line with a 1 second 106 reaction. But he still makes it down the track and gets the green light lit up with a 10:01 at 135 miles per hour. Joel Smith in his Ventura runs at 10:53 at a $126. We have Al Lougheed in the tower lane in an early model Falcon. Dan Gray in the right lane in that massive bull-nose Ford. That's a 1983 Ford powered by a 460. Always entertaining to watch the clutch dump on that giant heavy thing. Driving for Gray Performance Motorsports. And I tell you, for a big heavy truck, that thing sure boogies. Making his way down the track. Slow leave with a 4.76 reaction time, but crosses the finish line with an 1181 at 114 miles per hour. Have a bit of a problem with the Nova in the tower lane, or the Falcon rather, in the tower lane. Al Lougheed getting pushed backwards off the track. Run into some kind of issue at the starting line. Oh boy. Saw a little green drippy on the starting line.
Same problem yesterday or a different problem? Different problem. That's good.
Oh dear. What flavor is it?
Green or red?
Sweet or sweet? That's a nice looking color. Mind if I pop out for a
No, not at all.
quick puff?
Oh, you're actual smoker or just a vapor?
Quit smoking when I had my daughter, so got into the vape.
No.
So still addicted to nicotine. You know, it's tough. I just went for a all-inclusive to Mexico. I don't drink either. I quit drinking 16 months ago. And so there's endless booze.
So, final rotation of time trials. We've got John DePork and we've got Will Zorick. John DePork lights the fourth bulb. Here comes the tree. Well, they both missed it a little bit, as you can see on the reader board. John DePork puts together the better run, 10:17 at 130 miles an hour. And Will Zorick puts 11:03 up on the reader board at 122. Now Keith Winterbottom on a single, right-hand lane. Had a 12-second reaction time. The board's actually being nice to him. Crosses the finish line in exactly 8.78 seconds, doing 153. So test run in the right lane, 14th thou red, nothing wrong with that. Top end, 10:45, 132. Jason Field coming up for a test pass. His first hit of the year, I do believe. So we are going to go ahead and make the call now for Pro Bracket. Pro Bracket, this would be your call to the staging lanes. Pro Bracket, you can bring them down to the staging lanes. Pro Bracket, come on down, lanes 1 through 2. You will be assigned a lane as you arrive. Pro Bracket to the lanes. Sportsman, you are on standby. Please be ready to go. Pro Bracket, come on down. And going to go ahead and give a heads up to our super shifters. We are going to have to rerun your second round of time trials. Super shifters, please be prepared for a quick turnaround. We're going to have to get you back up here very, very soon. More details to follow, but just a heads up, we're going to rerun your second round of time trials. We had a little computer error. Computers do that sometimes. Sometimes it's the computer operator. Who knows, you know. At any rate, we need to rerun your second round of time trials, so please start turning around now. You'll be getting called up here shortly.
McKenna Thompson making a pass down the strip. Shelby McNeil taking it with a 993. 993 on a 987 dial. Crossing the finish line with 68 miles per hour. Now we have Jackson Dew. In the right lane is 96 GMC Jimmy, sponsored by Grandpa and JBS. Jenna Monroe in the left lane in her 2008 Chevy Tahoe. A&M Marketing, Winter Harbor Marina and RV. Jenna's on a 1083 dial. Jackson Dew, 1068 dial. Jenna goes red by 6/10 at the tree. Making their way down the track. Jackson Dew takes it with a 1065 at 64 mile an hour. Jenna Monroe runs a 1085 at 66 mile an hour. Josephine Smith, 07 Chevy Silverado, Zap Strap Racing on a 960 dial. We got Nick Bond in the left lane. Driving for JBS Equipment, this event's title sponsor. He's clocked in with a 938 dial. Josephine creeping into the pre-stage and now the staging beams. Green light and Josephine with a 079 reaction. Nick Bond with a 129 reaction time. 8th mile ET, 965 goes to Josephine Smith in her Silverado. Crossing the finish line at 72 miles per hour. Nick Bond with a 944 at 73 miles per hour. Shout out to The Junction. The Junction is a local pub, community hangout in the Fraser Valley, known for bringing people together for food, drinks, and live entertainment. It's a go-to spot for both locals and visitors, often featuring live music events and a casual pub atmosphere where friends gather after work, weekends, and big nights out. From great food and cold drinks to live music and a true community atmosphere, The Junction is a Fraser Valley favorite where locals come together to unwind and enjoy the night. Dropping a little shout out to Paul Weeb Realty, a full-service Abbotsford real estate team led by Paul Weeb. Serving Abbotsford, Mission, Chilliwack, and Langley, they help clients with buying, selling, home evaluations, investment properties, and acreage or townhouse searches with deep Fraser Valley market knowledge. Coming up next, we got some juniors. We have Cadence Rodrigue out of Chilliwack, BC. Driving for Amsoil, Ken Specialty Automotive, Elite Belts, NC Engines, Ernie's Speed and Customs, Dave and Trudy. In the right lane, we have Nash Gallant, piloting an 07 Mike Boss chassis rail car. Driving for BDL Auto and Badass Garage. Cadence is on a 895 dial. Nash a 1259 dial in. Green light for the first pair of juniors as they make their way down the track. Nash Gallant, red lighting by 9 thou. Cadence Rodrigue taking it with an 894 with an O on an 895 dial. Cadence crossing the finish line, 73 miles per hour. We have Alex Green in the tower lane, driving for True North Mechanical. Pearson Mass out of Maple Ridge in the right lane. New Excavation Civil Construction, he's on a 1223 dial. Pearson Mass leaves first on a 076 reaction time. Alex Green with a 079 reaction time. Alex Green crossing the finish line with a 890, 73 miles per hour. Pearson Mass 1218 at 52 miles per hour. Final two in this class, we have Ashton Katnick driving for Lordco and TK Performance on an 890 dial in the tower lane. Dallas Jackson in the Lordco lane. She's driving for Extreme Hydrovac and Cascade Capital, piloting an 08 RPC chassis car on an 1195 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, this is your final call. Final call, Pro. We need you guys in the staging lanes. Dallas Jackson took that last run with an 1198, 52 miles per hour. We have Emily White of Mission in the right lane, White Lightning Racing, dialed in at a 795. Isabella Marshall, piloting a 2016 Mike Boss chassis, driving for Canco and De Silva Auto World dialed in at an 831. Isabella Marshall takes it with an 836 on an 831 dial, 69 miles per hour across the trap. Emily White runs a 798 at 79 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need super shifters down to lane 6. And no stress, you guys will have time to cool down in the lane. Super shifters, lane 6. Hunter Thompson in the left lane, driving for JBS on a 793 dial. We got Adam Katnick in the right lane, Lordco and TK Performance. 790 dial on the Lordco lane. Right lane gets the win light. Adam Katnick with a 792 at 80 miles per hour. Hunter Thompson runs a 798 at 82 miles per hour. We have a single run in the Lordco lane for Bentley Johnson out of Mission, BC. Driving for Rodrigue Family Racing on a 793 dial. Green light with an 077 reaction time, crossing the finish line with a 792. 792 with a 6 on a 793 dial, which is a margin of 3 thou. That was a solid run. Got a couple pro cars starting us off here. Brendan Piskachek in the tower lane is 1990 Ford Mustang hatch. Lining up next to Craig Johnson, 79 Malibu wagon, driving for BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, this is your call to the staging lanes. Sportsman to the lanes. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Standby, Super Pro. Another massive wheelie by Craig Johnson. Taking the green on that one with a 1048 at 114 miles an hour. 1048 on a 1049 dial. Mike Render in the left lane out of Chilliwack, BC in his 85 Chevy S10, driving for Fountain Tire. Lining up next to Nick Barnhart in his 79 Mustang hatch, powered by a 408 Windsor. Mike's got a 1085 dial. Nick has a 1060 dial. And Nick takes it with a 1068 at 108 miles per hour. Steve Watkins, 2018 Ford Mustang in the right lane. We got Rob Getz in a 2024 Ford in the left lane. Another Coyote showdown here. Rob Getz on an 1145 dial-in. Steve Watkins on a 1209. Steve Watkins takes it. Running a 12-12 at 116 miles per hour. Now we got Martin Lambert coming out of Everett, Washington, is 79 Chevy Monza. He's at a 950 dial, lining up next to Deborah Dawson from Castlegar in her 79 Chevy, nicknamed Mabel, with a 454 under the hood. Deborah lights up the red, so Martin Lambert takes it with a 950 at 141 miles per hour. Chris Heldy, 71 Chevy Nova with a 430 small block, lining up next to Rob Getz in the right lane, 2024 Ford F-150. Chris's Nova's clocked in with a 911 dial. 1119 in the right lane. Rob gets off the line quicker. Chris Heldy reeling him in. Hard on the brakes in the right lane, but the left lane gets it. That's Chris Heldy gets it at 914 on a 911 dial. At 132 miles per hour, he crossed the finish line. Now we have Ralph Eller's 91 Mustang, powered by a 6-liter LS. Elijah Copeland in the left lane. In the 81 blue Chevy Camaro, dialed in at a 1291. Elijah leaves early. Ralph Ellers leaves too early. Lighten up that red light. So it goes to Elijah. who ran a 12.96 at 103 miles per hour. Ralph Ellers ran a 10.67 at 125 miles per hour. Up next, another H-body in the right lane. We got the 71 Chevy Vega of Brian Heffel, rocking a 434 small block Chevy under the hood. Lining up next to Andy Klosky out of Quesnel in the Strip Teaser 65 Chevy, dialed in at a 984. Little bit of a wheel stand off the line. Chevy Vega lit up the red light, so it's definitely going to Andy Klosky, who ran a 980 at 134 miles per hour. Brian Heffel ran a 1033 at a $113. Up next, we got John McLean from Nanaimo, 69 Ford Falcon, driving for Falk N Off Racing. Up next to Jim Stahl out at Tulalip. Right lane takes it with a 1080 on a 1077 dial. Crossing the finish line at 120 miles per hour, that was Jim Stahl. John McLean ran a 1114 at 119 miles per hour. Got some issues with the black Chevy truck that we can see under the bridge there. So we're going for a single run for the 69 Mustang Mach 1 of Sean Langley from Linden, Washington. He's on a 1163 dial. Sean Langley on the solo run, red lights by 2/10. Making his way down the track, he crosses the beams with an 1164 at 115 miles per hour. Ross Walker, 66 Chevy 2, back again in his Preston Chevrolet silver car in the tower lane, powered by a 427 under the hood. Right lane, we have Rich Dyes, 73 Chevy Nova black. Super sport car on an 1118 dial. Ross Walker's got a 1009 dial in. Wolf. idea how to change the batteries on this thing?
Is anyone taking this to the recycling depot? No? No?
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits, stand by motorcycles. Motorcycles, you guys are on standby. And I've got some fresh batteries in my microphone here, so let's keep on doing this announcer guy thing. Brendan Piskacek in the tower lane, 1990 Ford hatchback Mustang GT. Jeff Homan in the right lane, Mission BC 1970 GMC. Brendan Piskacek takes it with a 1327 at 93 miles per hour. Jeff Homan crossed the line with a 1250 at 105. We got Josh Klosky down here all the way from Quesnel in his 86 Mustang hatch. Isaac Hazelton, 06 Silverado in the right lane. Josh is dialed in with a 1737. Hazelton leaves on his 1365, but he left a little early. Red lighting by 12 tenths. So it goes to Josh Klosky, who broke the beams at the finish line with a 1738 at 78 miles per hour. Isaac Hazelton ran a 1374 at 100 miles per hour. Sylvia Hoogstens back again in her little baby blue. This is a 1966 Ford Mustang with a 347 under the hood. Lining up next to Haley Christensen. Chaotic Customs truck in the 67 Patina C10. C10 is on an 1162 dial. Sylvia clocked in an 1191 dial. Breaking the beams at the finish line is Sylvia with a 1204 at 108 miles per hour. Crossing the finish line with Haley Christensen, a 1215 at 110. Now we have Eric Hansen out of North Van in the 1970 Dodge. Dodge in the creamy beige color in the right lane, powered by a 360 under the hood, dialed in at a 1780. Lining up, there goes Darren Martin, 05 GMC, driving out of New West. He's on a 68 dial, or 1688 dial. Eric Hansen takes it with a 1771, 72 miles per hour, next to Darren Martin's 1676 at 81 miles per hour. we have Kevin McCauley, Maple Ridge, BC, driving a 1983 Oldsmobile Cutlass G-Body up against a 84 third-gen Camaro driven by Tyson Lowe. Tyson Lowe is dialed in at a 1245. Kevin McCauley, 1177. Tyson a little faster off the line, but we'll find out who takes this one at the end of the track here. Left lane, Camaro takes it of Tyson Lowe at a 1249, 103 miles per hour. Kevin McCauley in the right lane, 1188, 112 miles per hour. Another battle of the Coyotes pulling up right now. We got Steve Watkins, 2018 Ford Mustang with a 5-liter, lining up next to yesterday's Junior Street champion, McKenna Thompson. McKenna Thompson dialed in with a 1501. Steve Watkins with a 1223, leaving a little bit early off the line. Lighten up that red light. McKenna with a 174 reaction time, making her way down the track right now. She's got the green on this one, driving a 1510 at 93 miles per hour. Steve Watkins crossing the finish line with a 1231 at 102. Taryn Monroe out of Surrey in the Lord Collade 97 white Trans Am. Late model left body Pontiac. Up against a Ford F-150. And on the screen in front of me, it looks like it's driven by Steve Baskerville, who is the same guy who is driving that 2016 Volkswagen Golf R. Steve Baskerville on an 1160 dial. Taryn Monroe, 1410. Taryn Monroe red lit by 17 tenths, and we got Steve Baskerville crossing the finish line with 1148, 106 miles per hour. Taryn Monroe pass was a 1414, 97 miles per hour. Now we got Mark Ferguson coming here from Harrison Mills, BC, in his 2002 Firebird. Appears to be a Firebird WS6 by my eye, lining up next to Jessica Armstrong from Chilliwack. 75 Dodge Dart powered by a 318. Mark Ferguson got a little hasty at the finish line, lighting up the red by 5 tenths. Sean Langley pulling up in the Mustang on an 1164 dial, lined up next to Rob Getz out of Kamloops in the F-150. Sean Langley in the Mustang takes it. 1173 on a 1164 dial. 107 miles per hour crossing the finish line. Rob gets in the F-150, 1167 at 109 miles per hour. Now we got Jamie Roth. That beautiful blue 64 Comet with a 347 stroker Ford under the hood. Shin Kicker Racing. Lined up next to Dan Gray out of Maple Ridge, BC. Probably the heaviest racer on the track today in his 1983 Ford Bullnose, powered by a 460, driving for Gray Performance Motorsports. Tower Lane gets it with a 10.00 with a 9, 135 miles per hour. Dan Gray crosses the finish line with an 11.70 at a $1.15. John Laporte, 77 Camaro, 383 under the hood, next to Al Loheed in his Falcon. It appears Al Loheed's car has had its issues sorted out. He's back on the strip, lining up next to John's Camaro. And he definitely did get his stuff sorted out. Al Loheed with a very clean run, 9:45 at 144 miles per hour. John DePork runs a 10:21 at a $1.30. Keith Winterbottom in the right lane, 68 Camaro, powered by a 420 Chev. Rags to Riches Top Shop and Lordco. We got Will Zorick in that beautiful 62 Bel Air in the Tower Lane, powered by a 409 Chevy. Little bouncy at the start, but that burnt orange car sure made it down there in a hurry. Keith Winterbottom takes the green with an 890 at 152 miles per hour. Will Zorick, 11:03 at a $1.22. Track crews bringing out the orange tractors. Gonna do a quick drag. Get the track nice and clean for us here. On this absolutely beautiful, sunshiny day right here in Mission, BC. Can you guys think of a better thing to do on a beautiful sunny Sunday? I can't. Beautiful weather. Beautiful cars. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles, I'm talking to you. Motorcycles, we need you guys down to lane 6. Motorcycles, lane 6. Hot rods, you're on standby. Well, race fans, just a reminder, Mopac Auto Supply. Next weekend, Friday night, Street Legal #1, April 24th, is the first Friday night Street Legal drags. The nights are getting warmer, so we're going racing. The first Friday night Street Legal of the season, bringing in street cars off the roads and onto the strip for a safe, fun, and competitive night of racing. $12.59. I'm a little late on the call, but if you guys feel like grabbing a late lunch, head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. They're sure to have something that you guys will enjoy. Bleachers are a little bare today, but I wanted to thank everybody who decided to come out to watch these racers pounding the pavement all the way down our drag strip right here at Mission Raceway, BC. Thank you guys for supporting the track. It is appreciated. Well, to help pass the time, I've got some more fun facts here. This time, Classic Cars Edition. Did you know? These are facts you may know or may not. The Volkswagen Beetle. I'm talking the early Beetle. The air-cooled cars. You know, the ones with the longest running body style of any car in existence, being from 1939 all the way till 2003 in Mexico. The early Beetles used the spare tire to spray washer fluid. Yes, this is one of the weirdest factory features ever. Classic Volkswagen Beetles used air pressure from the spare tire to power the windshield washers. So if you cleaned your windshield too much, your spare tire could go flat. Here's another one for you. Chrysler, while experimenting, once put a record player in the dash of a car. The Highway Hi-Fi, it was called, let you play vinyl records in the car. Kind of like the original in-dash CD deck. On Paper Genius, on real roads, every pothole became a DJ scratch. Sounds like we're getting close, so I got one more for you guys. The Citroën DS, little French car. It used one hydraulic system for basically everything. I'm talking suspension, steering, clutch, transmission, and brakes were all tied into one high-pressure hydraulic brain. Amazing when it worked, but if you get one leak in your entire system, then everything that I just named is compromised. You get a leak in one of your brake lines. Your suspension, steering, clutch, transmission, and your brakes all go out. Not the best design. Not the best design. Here's a funny one. The first speeding ticket ever was for 8 miles per hour. Back in 1896, a guy named Walter Arnold got nailed for doing 8 miles per hour in a 2 mile per hour zone. And speaking of speeding, I wanted to put it out there that I know today we are enjoying the cars. Everybody's having a good time. We're excited. We got tire smoke and race gas in our nostrils. On your way out of the track, take it easy. I just kindly ask that you take it easy on the way out of the track, because yesterday I saw a motorcycle go ripping past the ticket booth going way too fast, and we don't appreciate that very much here at Mission Raceway. We've got a pretty good reputation here at the park, and we'd like to keep it that way. So if you guys pull out of the track calmly, we would appreciate that. Once you guys make it to the bridge, if you feel like dropping a gear and disappear, well, that's not up to me, but I just ask you guys take it nice and easy here. We got Mr. Wheelie Machine himself pulling up in the black Malibu wagon. Craig Johnson in the tower lane back again to send this car as close to 12 o'clock with the front end as he can get it. Every time he leaves, he gets that back bumper very close to the ground. We got Paul Soares in the Lordco lane. driving the red Pontiac. Craig Johnson driving for BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust on a 1048 dial-in. Paul Soares on a 807 dial. Solid launch for both the cars, a clean start to this race. Right lane takes him right at the very end for a 807 at 168 miles an hour, going to Paul Soares. Craig Johnson running a 1048 at 120. Mike Robinson in the right lane, 1927 Roadster. He's sitting behind a 448. Right lane takes it Mike Robinson with a 919.
Because one should race wherever the last car was. And I'll give it the pro ladder. Give it the sportsman, like, let's say big cars.
John Tabak lining up in his 89 S10 in the right lane. Powered by a 365 LS. Rad Torque Systems truck. Daniel Rodrigue. Chilliwack, BC in the 08 TNT in the tower lane. Maybe having some issues with that 615 big block Chevy behind him. John going for a solo rip. 039 reaction time, making his way down the strip now. .1041 on a 1043 dial.
Not that I really helped
Thanks
you
for
out.
being my moral support.
What's that?
My moral support.
What was he leaking oil or?
Ted Buss in the tower lane, piloting his 34 Ford for Shawnigan Trucking, 900 dial. Up against John Jenkins in the yellow 88 Chevy S10. Driving for West Coast Building, Mackenzie Racing and Bubba's, but John leaves a little early by 3 thous, lighting up the red light, lighting up the wind light on the other side of the track for Ted Buss, who crossed the line at a 902 at a $1.45. Brad Powell, Lyndon, Washington, in the tower lane in his silver 67 Chevelle, up against Warren Jacobson, the 67 Chevy 2. Lord Colleen takes it. Warren Jacobson with a 1088 at 139 miles per hour. Brad Powell ran an 836 on an 836 dial, but Warren took it. Mike Stewart in the right lane. 67 Chevy driving for Ken's Specialty Gibson Trans. Lake Performance, Big Al Motorsports, and Bucky's Mini Excavating. On a 1003 dial. Racing next to Glenn Monaghan from Summerland in his rail car, powered by a 632 on a 702 dial. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Hot rods, come on down to the lane. Hot rods, this is your call to the staging lanes. Standby, super shifters, you guys are on standby. We got Morin Motorsports in the Lordco lane. Colton Morin lining up next to Shane Ledger in his 67 Nova. Shane's got a 853 dial. Colton Morin, 774 dial. Powerful launch for those cars, and Colton Morin Motorsports takes it with a 776 at 171 miles per hour. Shane Ledger crosses the finish line with an 853 at a $158. Emily Gerard in the rail car, lining up next to Kevin Garlick of Victoria, BC. Kevin driving that second-gen vinyl roof-clad Camaro, powered by a 632 big block. Emily Gerard is in the Rad Torque Systems rail car in the tower lane, driving for Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical. She's dialed in with a 748. Kevin Garlock's dialed in with an 873. And across the line with a 753 at 161 miles per hour, Emily Gerard takes it. Kevin Garlock runs an 888 at a $153.
Hey, listen up out there in the pits. I just came back from my Super Pro run, and on the return road, I found a Impact brand head sock. So anybody missing their head sock, what we really need you to do is if you use a head sock, make sure you have it. Because whoever has lost it probably doesn't realize they've lost it. So listen up, everybody that uses a head sock, especially if it's an Impact brand head sock, please make sure you have said head sock. If you don't, we've got it up here for you in the tower.
Andy Hatton lighting up the red in his 69 Synergy Green Camaro. Brian Ritchie, 68 Chevelle, takes it with a 794 at 171 miles per hour. And for the record, I don't have confirmation that that 69 Camaro is Synergy Green, but I'm just going to keep saying it until someone tells me otherwise.
Well, there you go. So just for the record, Andy Hatton was dead 2 on his 826 dial with a 2 thou red light. So what could have been, you know? Again, anybody running an Impact brand head sock, please make sure you have it. We've got an Impact brand head sock up here in the timing tower. So somebody's missing theirs. You probably don't realize it yet. So please make sure you have yours. If you don't, we've got it.
Camaro popping a little wheelie off the line with Jan Christensen behind the wheel. Jeremy Soares takes it at the end of the track on the big end with a 740, 178 miles per hour. We got Brad Vinci in his 68 Chevy Camaro, B&C Racing, lined up next to Kevin McNichol in his 67 Nova. McNichol leaves first with a 0.12 reaction time. And he gets there first with a 990. 990 at 120 miles per hour. Brad Vinci ran a 1045 at a $147. Lawrence Schwartz, 83 Monte Carlo with a 468 under the hood. Lining up next to the blue Firebird of Steve Lowe. Out of Langley, BC, Steve Lowe is clocked in with a 990. Lawrence Schwartz, a 1009. Steve Lowe slowly creeping into the staging lights here. Both cars are staged, watching for the green light. Steve Lowe takes it 991, 153 miles per hour. Lawrence Schwartz runs a 1010 at 132 miles per hour. We got John Brining coming up in his 1980 Camaro, powered by his 632, all the way down here from Parksville, BC. We got G. Van Brar, Surrey, BC, in a 2016 rail car, 582 Chevy, with a little bit of blue bottle help behind that engine. Now we can all see happily perched on top of that transmission. He is at a 790 dial. John Brining is at a 923 dial. John Brining a little slow off the line with a 0.43 reaction time. G. Van Brar with a 0.74. G. Van takes it with a 8.3 at 132 miles per hour. John Brining ran a 9.52 at 146 miles per hour. We have Shaylin Svetek? I'm going to need help pronouncing that one. But we got Shaylin, 1970 Ford front engine dragster, driving for DNS Racing, innovative MFG. Coastal Equipment bumper to bumper, JJS, SIA Abrasives, Bubba's Speed Shop, and the Vancouver Giants. Stephen Robert in the right lane, driving his Evil Bucket. Evil Bucket powered by a 496 on a 905 dial. Shaylin getting down the track with a 919 dial, and Shaylin is going to take this one no matter what. Stephen Robert left 5 thou early. Shaylin gets a 921, 142 miles per hour. And we got this 72 Duster for a solo run. This is Steve Veach's 416 Mopar powered car on a 1083 dial, 076 reaction time. 1083 dial, he crosses at a 1085, 126.23 miles per hour.
Green dial board is almost worse.
We got Daniel Rodrigue back in the 08 TNT, lining up next to John Tabak. And his 89 S10. For a rerun, there was a little something that was on the track earlier, so Daniel Rodrigue didn't feel comfortable taking his machine down the track for a pass. Lining up again, John and his rad Torque Systems S10. John leaves with a 021 reaction. Daniel leaves with a 023 reaction, making their way down the strip now. Tower side gets the win light. 716 with a 5 at 183 miles per hour. John runs a 1053 at a $122. And this blue Suzuki bike is back here for a licensing motorcycle run, a solo pass in the tower lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super shifters, you are needed in lanes 1 and 2. Super shifters, come on down to the staging lanes. Licensing and test, you guys are on standby. Standby, license and test. We got Jody Brickwood in the tower lane. 1978 Kawasaki powered by a 1428 cc engine. Up against Dwayne Stevens of Langley on his 08 Hayabusa. Jody Brickwood takes it. A 949 on a 930 dial. Crossing the finish line, blazing through the trap at 136 miles per hour. And now up next we have Wild Bill. Wild Bill of Wild Racing. 1986 Kawasaki 1400cc motorcycle. Coming here from DeRoche, BC. Wild Bill crossing the line with an 1194, 127 miles per hour. Wild Bill being our motorcycle champion from yesterday. Another sleeper reaction time today with a 443 reaction. We got one more bike. Looks like we got Daryl Storzik, League Pro Suzuki, riding here out of Surrey on his 1986 Suzuki, powered by a 1428. We're waiting to see what happens here. Attention, pits. Attention in the pits. License and test. We need you guys in lane 6. License and test, lane 6. Juniors. Juniors on standby. Standby, juniors. Looks like Daryl Storzik had a bit of a problem with his motorcycle, pushing it backwards off track. He's going to get a little tow here. Up next, we got some hot rods. Couple hot rods getting their tires cleaned off and heated up. We got Walter Johnson, 72 Chevelle in the tower lane. Terry Hoogstens in the right lane. 1966 Chevy with a 383 under the hood. Walter Johnson's on a 1112 dial. Terry Hoogstens, 1198. Walter Johnson in the Chevelle takes it with 1118 at 119 miles per hour. Terry Hoogstens runs an 1196 at 102. We got Sylvia Hoogstens in the right lane in her baby blue. The 66 Ford Mustang powered by a 347. Rob Monroe in the left lane, 1940 Ford with a 427. Rob's on a 1203 dial. Sylvia's on a 1204 dial. Rob gets there with a 1229, 100 miles per hour. Sylvia crosses the finish line with a 1224 at 104. We have Ken Hogue in a 64 Plymouth, powered by a 440 with an 1103 dial. He is in the right lane. Tower lane, we got Rob Hodgson out of Mission, BC in the 67 Plymouth. Also powered by a 440 on a 1060 dial. Ken Hogue, little too excited. Leaves early, lighting up the red light, giving it to Rob Hodgson, who crossed the finish line with a 10.66 at 124 miles per hour. Ken Hogue runs a 10.95 at 121. And up next, we have a solo pass for Ryan Isherwood, Cobble Hill, BC. And a very nice gold 1966 Satellite, also with a 440 under the hood and an 1195 dial. And that was a 1160 run on an 1195 dial, which is quite a bit too fast.
So Mike's going to take a little bit of a break, go have some lunch, probably down there at the snack shack. Just waiting for our next round of cars, cars to get paired up, and then we'll be on our way. What do we? Super shifters around number 1. Then we'll have license and test. Then we start the rotation all over again. And I'd like to welcome everybody here to River Valley Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Ford powered. So it's been such an awesome weekend out here at Mission Raceway Park. The sun's kind of trying to peek its way back out here. Make things look really good.
Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. Lisa M. Stewart. Yes, if your name is Lisa M. Stewart, we have found something of yours. I'm not going to say what it is, but we have something of yours. Please go to the concession with your ID to claim it. So if you're Lisa M. Stewart, you can head on over to the concession. And there's something of yours there. So you head on over to the concession, Lisa M. Stewart. We have something of yours.
Final call for license and test to lanes number 5 and 6. 5 and 6. Junior Street, this is a call for you guys to start making your way down to lanes 4 and 5. 4 and 5 for Junior Street. Junior Thunder, lane number 1. Junior Lightning, lane number 2. So we're looking for Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. If you could start making your way down to the stage lanes. Last call for testing 2, lane number 6. Junior Street, 4 and 5. And standby call for Pro Bracket. Standby call Pro Bracket. So Joel Smith getting a bit of a break, gets the bye run, moves into the next round. His opponent, Scott Winterbottom, broke the transmission on his first qualifier today, or the rear end, I should say, and couldn't get it repaired in time to make it for round number 1. So Joel advances to round number 2. He had a 43 reaction time, won an 875, or a 1055 at a buck 24. Next pair of cars into the water box. Tower side of the racetrack. Dan Gray out of Maple Ridge with the 83 Ford pickup truck, dialed on 1170. You see that up the rearboard, top end of the racetrack, TCS lane. Lordco lane, out of Maple Ridge is Keith Winterbottom with his 68 Camaro. He's dialed an 888. Shot here. Let's see what happens up the top end of the racetrack. Camaro closing quickly, side by side. Getting the win, it's going to be Dan Gray. Goes through at 1176 and 104 miles an hour. To Keys, 894 at 149. He dialed 1002. Tower side, John DePrime out of Langley, dialed the 1019. Getting the win is Jamie Roth, goes 1004 at 134. John goes through with a 1021 at 130. Will Zorick out of Langley, 62 Chevrolet Bel Air with the 409 in it. He's dialed 11 seconds flat. He's going up against Al Lougheed out of North Vancouver with the Little Falcon. He's dialed a 940. And Al goes red, making Will your automatic winner. So that brings that round of eliminations to a close for the Super Shifters. Now moving on to the license and test. Dave Kowalski up next with his beautiful looking Nova. Big blower up through the hood of it. This car was just completed near the end of last year. He's only been out a few times just trying to get all the bugs sorted out in it. Through, stops the timers up the top end with a 715 at 197 miles per hour. So he's getting closer and closer, getting it dialed in. Dale Wood. 72 Nova now making a run. And he stops the timers up at the top end with an 1156 at a $1.16. Now Jason Field gonna make a pass in his car. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro bracket, this is your call to the staging lanes. Pro bracket, your call to the staging lanes. Jason goes through with a 706 at 192 miles per hour. Nice little two-door post Malibu. Ejector stack sticking up through the hood. Pretty cool looking car. Little wing on the back end. .44 reaction time. You can see that up the rearboard top end of the racetrack. He goes through and shuts the timers down with a 1038 at 133 miles per hour. So we got Kevin Perkin coming out making some test runs in his Comp Eliminator car. He'll be here for our Sports Nationals and Divisional race in June. Hope you can all make it to the Rad Sports Nationals here at Mission Raceway Park. So they're getting it all ready. They're going to be going to Boise, Idaho to the first divisional race of the year here very shortly. A little bit of a wheel stand, or kind of a big wheel stand. Goes on down through to the top end. Shuts the timers off with a 10:38, a buck 33. Sorry, I was just tied up there for a few minutes. So, winning Junior Street was Jackson Dew out of Langley. Little 1996 Chevrolet, or GMC, I should say, Blazer. He won it with a 1068 on a 1068 dial. No, he didn't. So moving into the junior dragsters now. Alex Green out of Mission. He's dialed an 890, going up against Dallas Jackson out of Abbotsford. So the 1198 is going to lead first in the Lord Co lane. The 890 is going to try and chase them down. getting the win in that one will be Dallas Jackson. Goes through at the 12 flat at 52 miles an hour. Alex Green, 891 at 71 miles an hour. Dallas had a 003 reaction time to Alex's 194. Next car up is Cadence Rodriguez out of Chilliwack. The 06 Creative Rear Engine Dragster, sponsored by AMS Oil, Ken Specialty Automotive, Elite Belts, NC Engines, Ernie Speed, and Dave and Trudy. She's got an 894 up on the radar board. See how fast she goes. She had a 19 reaction time. So that's the timer's off with an 891. She runs the number. Bentley Johnson out of Mission over here in the tower side, going up against Adam Katnick out of Maple Ridge. Adam's dialed a 790, Bentley's dialed a 791. Heads up leave. They're both away. Clean and Green getting the win up the top end. It's going to be Adam Katnick. Goes through with a 791 on a 790 dial. Bentley goes 793 on a 791 dial. Reaction times, Bentley with a 53 to Adams 54. That was a good race. Isabella Marshall, she's dialed an 811 over there in Lord Colane. She's out of Vernon, BC. Sponsored by Can't Go and Silva Auto World. No 67 reaction times, just the timer's off with an 814 at 81 miles per hour. Advancing her to the final round in Junior Lightning. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, this is your call to the staging lane. Sportsman, your call to the staging lanes. Super Pro, standby call. Super Pro, standby call for you guys. So moving into our next round of eliminations for our pro bracket class. Couple Mustangs moving into the water box. Nick Barnhart out of Poco with that 79 Mustang Tower Side style, the 1060. Steve Watkins out of Hillsboro, Oregon, the 2018 Ford, he's dialed the 1215. Steve Watkins advances to the next round of eliminations. Shuts the timers off with a 12:15 at 117 miles an hour to the losing 1092 at 99 miles an hour for Nick Barnhart. Next pair of cars, Sean Langley out of Linden, Washington. The 69 Mach 1. 428 Cobra Jet in it. Going up against Elijah Copeland out of Surrey with the 81 Chevy Camaro. He's dialed the 1293, Sean 1166. Sean goes red, giving the win to Elijah. Making the big toe down this weekend from Cornell is Andy Klosky with his 65 Chevy, the Strip Teaser. He's dialed the 982, and he's going up against Martin Lambert out of Everett, Washington with the 79 Chevrolet Monza, who's dialed the 950. Big wheel stand out of both cars, but a bigger one by the little Monza. He goes 002 red, and he's 038 reaction time, getting the win. Stopping the timers with a 987 at 133 miles an hour to the tower size 953 at 140. Next pair of cars, John Baczynski out of Pitt Meadows with the 70 CUDA. He's dialed the 1085. He's going up against Matt Warner out of Sumas, Washington with a 66 Mercury, who's dialed the 1051. Matt getting the win. Stall over there in Lurco Lane out of Tulalip, Washington, dialed the 1080. Chris Held out of Burlington, Washington, dialed the 911. And TCS Lane gets the win with a 911, 145 miles an hour. Lurco Lane's 1074 and 123 miles an hour. Next pair of cars up. It's Craig Johnson out of Langley with 79 Malibu wagon. Sponsored by BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. He's dialed the 1048. Lurco's side of the racetrack out of Mission City is Chris Stone with the 68 Dodge Dart. He's dialed the 1021. Brought to you by Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Motors. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, sportsmen. Final call, sportsmen, to the lanes for your round of eliminations. Craig Johnson, big wheel stand, he down to 10:48. And Chris Stone down to 10:21. Reaction time's pretty close. Let's see who gets the win up the top end. It's going to be Chris Stone goes 10:21, 125 miles an hour to Craig's 10:49 at 117. Rich Dye is up next over here in the TCS lane out of Poco with the 73 Nova, sponsored by Transponders Logistics. Thanks to John DeBack for the LS Swap. He's down to 11:20. He's going up against Dell North Graves out of Pitt Meadows, 77 Nova, down to 10:30. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, you're called to the lanes. Super Pro, you're called to the lanes. Standby call motorcycles. Standby call motorcycles. Super Pro, can you make your way to the lanes, please? And getting a single into the next round, looks like John DeBack. He's out of Maple Ridge with that 89 S10. He dialed a 1044 at an 025 reaction time. Shuts the timers off with a 1040 at 127 miles an hour. Sean Kavas out of Pitt Meadows with the 87 Woody Chrysler wagon, dialed a 1902. He's going up against Jessica Armstrong out of Chilliwack with the 75 Dart. She's dialed a 1336, and it's brought to you by Armstrong Family Racing. Boy, that was a long wait for Jessica. Let's see if she could chase him down. Closing the gap quickly. Looks like they're almost side by side, about the 1,000-foot mark. Again, the win up at the top end, it's going to be the Lordco Lane. 1339 on a 1336 dial. Good for the win. Went 97 miles an hour. Sean went 1909 on a 1902 dial. Went 71 miles per hour. Sylvia Hookston's out of Maple Ridge with a 68 Ford Mustang called Baby Blue. She's dialed a 1209, going up against Josh Klosky out of Quesnel with the 86 Mustang. She's dialed a 1738. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles to lane number 6. Motorcycles to lane number 6. Standby call, hot rod. Okay, I'm going to give you back to Mike to carry you on for a little more, for a while longer, right?
A while longer, yes. It is Mike back on the mic. Just had a little lunch break at the Half Track Snack Shack. A delicious burger. If you guys are feeling hungry, head on down there, grab yourself one. Tyler Smith takes the win on that one with an 1165 at 104 miles per hour. Veronica ran a 1200 at 91. Brendan Piskacek in his 1990 Ford Fox Body GT Mustang on a 1317 dial, up next to Sean Langley, who's getting the win on this one because Brendan was a little bit anxious getting off the line, left a little early. throwing the red light, and Sean Langley takes it with an 11.62 at 115 miles per hour. McKenna Thompson in the left lane on a 15-15 dial. Steve Baskerville in the right lane. Ford truck versus Ford truck. Steve Baskerville an 11.60 dial. Bit of wheel spin in the right lane. Steve throws up his hands in frustration at that. Making their way down the track now. McKenna through the traps with a 15-12. Steve Baskerville takes it with a 12.41 at 122 miles per hour. Looks like McKenna broke out a little bit. Broke out by 27th thou. Coming up next, Eric Hansen, 1970 Dodge. Dodge Dart with a 360 under the hood. Lining up next to Tyson Lowe in his 84 third-gen Camaro. Tyson Lowe off to reel him in. Eric Hansen on a 1769 dial. Tyson Lowe with a 1249. Tyson takes it with a 1249 with an 8 on a 1249 dial. Eric Hansen. Eric Hansen runs a 1787 at 75 miles per hour. Great run for Tyson Lowe. 8th thou off the dial-in. As we move along in the eliminations rounds, seeing some trucks and trailers heading home. The pits are getting a little lighter with the vehicles out there. Thank you, race fans, for sticking around here on this beautiful day. Right here at River Valley Ford Drag Strip. Good time to drop another River Valley Ford shout out. From daily drivers to Super Duty tow rigs, River Valley Ford in Mission is the Fraser Valley's one-stop Ford headquarters. Sales, service, fleet trucks, and the parts to keep you moving all season long. Speaking of parts, Lord Co. Auto Parts. 100% Canadian-owned company. Founded in 1974 in Maple Ridge, BC. It has grown into Western Canada's largest automotive parts retailer with over 85 store locations across BC and Alberta, plus 19 truck centers. Lordco has become the go-to part supplier for racers, weekend wrenchers, and truck builders all across Western Canada. Just a reminder, this Friday, coming up. Friday, April 24th is Mopac Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legal #1. The first Friday Night Street Legal of the season. Bringing in street cars off the roads and onto the strip for a safe, fun, and competitive night of racing. Open to daily driven vehicles, this event is all about testing reaction times, personal bests, and enjoying drag racing in a relaxed, spectator-friendly atmosphere. Come on out in your street car, or come on out in your dad's street car, or your mom's minivan. Have some fun on the strip. Should be a good time. Always is. Looking forward to that season opener. Today, of course, JBS Equipment title sponsor. This is the ET Series season opener. The next JBS Equipment Junior Dragster and Junior Street doubleheader is on June 20th, but from now until then, we have the Mopac Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legals, of course. May 29th to 31st, NHRA Northwest National Open, JBS ET Series 7 and 8. We got the Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals and Divisional June 11th to 14th. Once again, Mopac Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legal #4 is on June 5th. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are looking for hot rods, lanes 1 and 2. Hot rods, lanes 1 and 2. Super shifters, stand by. Stand by, super shifters. The burnout box is being wet down, and we got some cars pulling out. So we're about to see some racing here, folks. Steve Veach in the 72 Plymouth Duster, 416 Mopar power, lining up next to Warren Jacobson in his 67 Chevy 2. Steve Veach at a 1087 dial.
Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super shifters. Super shifters. We need BC super shifters to lanes 3 and 4. BC super shifters to lanes 3 and 4. So as Mike was saying, Warren Jacobson over there in the right-hand lane. Mr. Perfect Light from yesterday. I guess he's toned things down a little today. He was only 009 on that hit. How well does he do on the 1088 dial? How about 1084 all out? His opponent was red, so his win light was on. Essentially, he got a free time trial here in the middle of eliminations, which is always handy. No one complains about those. So Warren Jacobson makes it, well, that's got to be 6 rounds in a row to start off 2026. Not a bad way to start off the season. Who do we have next, Mike?
Well, we've got Brian Ritchie in the tower lane, driving that black on black 68 Chevelle, coming up, pulling up to the line next to Jeremy Soares, about to soar his 01 Cameron rail car down the strip. Solid reaction time by Jeremy Soares with a 002. And he takes the green light also. 741 on a 738 dial.
Taking 5 thou at the stripe. Nice driving there, Jeremy. 002 up front, take 5. That'll work in almost every case. Brian Ritchie, 1 above the 793 dial. He was 32 up front. Pretty solid run, but nowhere near good enough in this case. That brings up Mike Stewart. Bucky. Over in the right-hand lane. And Emily Gerard. Emily in the black dragster. Black dragster for Shear Solutions. Just mechanical. Also got rad torque systems on the car. So Stewart dialed in at 10:05. Emily dialed in at 7:49. So pretty big reaction time disparity here. Somebody's packing 46 thou, and it's not Mike Stewart. Stewart gets to the stripe second, runs under the number, and got beat up on the starting line. So that's the triple whammy. 3 strikes, you're out kind of deal.
Emily with a great reaction time there with a 00 and a 6. Running a 750 at 172 miles per hour. Crossing the quarter-mile trap. Ted Buss, 1934 Ford. 427 Chevy-powered Ford in the tower lane up against Daniel Rodrigue in his 08 TNT, back again for another explosive run. 615 big block Chevy. Ted's dialed in at 900. Daniel at a 716.
So just 6 thou difference on the lights. Nobody missed it. It's going to be Daniel getting the win. Getting to the stripe first by 2 thousandths to go dead on with a 1. He was 11 up front to be 12 total. Ted Buss actually was superior on the starting line with a 005 light, and he's exactly 1 above. So with a 15 thou package, He's going nowhere. 12th thou takes it. Nice run for Daniel Rodrigue. Now Kevin McNichol will take on G. Van Brar. G. Van Brar, freshly licensed in the dragster, Tower Side, racing for the Old Car Center. McNichol, the champ, racing for Rad Torque Systems. I gotta think Lordco Auto Parts. Four bulbs lit. Here comes the tree. So one driver was 00 and the other one wasn't. 59 thou to play with. Kevin McNichol turns on the win light. Wow. Dead 6 taking 70 at the stripe. That was a little bit dangerous. Now I know those dragsters come fast and you got to be real careful, but that was a close one. McNichol moves on to the quarterfinals. So that last pair, Mike Robinson with the win. He's one above, 920 on the 919. He was 16 up front. Steve Lowe turned it red by 21. Now Colton Morin and Paul Soares. Paul Soares in the door car, right-hand side. Soares turns it red by 2. Colton Morin was 11 up front. Then 778, 2 above the 776 dial. Junior finalists, this is your call to the staging lanes. Hey, listen up in the staging lanes. Juniors, we need the finalists to the staging lanes, please. Juniors, come on down. Shaylin Svetic now, the front engine dragster. She's got a whole bunch of people helping her. DNS Racing, Innovative Manufacturing, Coastal Equipment, Bumper to Bumper, JJS SIA Abrasives, wow, that's a mouthful, Bubba's Speed Shop, and the Vancouver Giants. Pigtails flailing behind her at 142 miles an hour. That's how Shay does it. So she'll be back for the quarterfinal round in Super Pro. Here comes Motorcycle. And now here's a guy we have not seen at Mission in quite some time. Kevin Brennan, multi-time Mission Raceway Park motorcycle champion back in the day. I don't know where he's been, but really good to see him back. Hey, Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. Pro Bracket, please get ready to go. You are on standby. So it said licensing on the bike. I'm not sure what's going on, whether this is actually a licensing pass. Possibly. Got off the gas and on the brakes well before the finish line. So we'll assume it was. So now we got a pair in actual competition. Jody Brickwood, yesterday's runner-up, and Daryl Storzik. Suzuki in the left lane, Kawasaki in the right. 1,428 cubic centimeters both sides of the racetrack. Huh. Well, 2 green lights. Daryl Storzik's moving on. It was 940 on the 920, and that's good enough. It was Brickwood with the starting line advantage, but could not parlay that into a win light. So I do believe that's going to set up our final round. It's going to be Daryl Storzik and Wild Bill McDonald. Wild Bill going to his second final in a row. Walter Johnson and Rob Monroe. Bill McDonald, by the way, made his bye run. He'd be coming back for the final. Now Ryan Isherwood and Rob Hodgson. A couple of big Mopars. 66 and a 67. Wow.
Ryan Isherwood out of Cobble Hill with a 66 satellite. Double, triple, quadruple zero reaction time, which is rare as chicken teeth. Absolutely unheard of. Great launch, Ryan Isherwood. Rob Hodgson does get the win on that one, though, with a 1073 on a 1066 dial at 108 miles per hour. We got Jamie Roth coming up in his 64 Comet, powered by a 347 stroker Ford. Shin Kicker Racing, and off they go up against Joel Smith out of Abbotsford in his 71 Ventura. Lord Colane gets the green light, a 1008 on a 1004 dial. Jamie Roth with a 004 reaction time on that one as well. And we got Dan Gray in the big heavy Ford, that 83 bullnose Ford pickup truck powered by a 460. He's dialed in with an 1170 up next to Will Zorick Beautiful 62 Bel Air with a 409 Chevy under that hood. Attention pits, attention in the pits. We're looking for Pro. Pro, come on down to the lanes. Pro, we need you in the staging lanes.
So, Pro Bracket, we need you to the rear of staging. You will now be on a ladder. We're down to 8 cars. Pro Bracket, come on down to the lanes. We'll get you paired up as you arrive. And we'll give a standby call to Sportsman. Sportsman, this is your standby call. Please be standing by.
Couple juniors pulling into the burnout box right now. We have Cadence Rodrigue out of Chilliwack, BC in the tower lane, going up against Dallas Jackson from Abbotsford, BC. Dallas Jackson in the Lordco lane driving for Extreme Hydrovac in Cascade Capital, dialed in with an 1198. Cadence Rodrigue from Chilliwack, she's driving for Amsoil, Ken Specialty Automotive, Elite Belts, NC Engines, Ernie's Speed and Customs, and Dave and Trudy. Cadence dialed in with an 890. Dallas Jackson with an 1198. Cadence Rodrigue takes it with an 892 on an 890 dial, crossing the finish line at 72 miles per hour. Dallas Jackson ran an 1190 on an 1198 dial, crossing the finish line at 52 miles per hour. We have Isabella Marshall in the left lane here from Vernon, BC. Dialed in at an 812, going up against Adam Katnick. Lordco and TK Performance in the right lane, dialed in at a 790. Left lane, Isabella Marshall on the final race. Runs an 8:16 on the 8:12 dial, crossing the finish line at 73 miles per hour. Well done, Isabella Marshall. Coming out on top today. Attention in the pits. Sportsmen to the lanes. Sportsmen to the lanes. Stand by, Super Pro. We got Shelby McNeil in the tower lane in the 2010 Nissan with Josephine Smith in the Lordco lane, their 2007 Chevy Silverado. Racing for the final, Josephine driving for Zapstrap Racing, Shelby driving for McNeil Racing Team. Shelby's on a 989 dial, Josephine on a 966. And it looks like Shelby has taken it with a 999. Good driving today, Shelby. Well done. Congratulations. Attention pits. Sportsmen to the lanes, please. Sportsmen, this is your call to the lanes. 2018 Ford Mustang versus 1966 Mercury. We got Matt Warner in the right lane, Steve Watkins in the left lane. Watkins is dialed in with a 12:15. Matt Warner dialed in with a 10:53 and his 399 powered Ford. Steve Watkins with a 5-liter Coyote under the hood. Big wheelie. Tower Lane gets it with a 12:13 at 116 miles per hour. Matt Warner crosses with a 10:49 on his 10:53 dial, 124 miles per hour. And we got Chris Stone of Stone Cold Racing driving the 1968 Dodge 440 up against Chris Heldy, 71 Chevy Nova, Canary Yellow, 430 small block under the hood. The Nova is on a 911 dial, Chris Stone on a 1020 dial. Attention pits, Super Pro, make your way down to the lanes. We're calling Super Pro. Super Pro, come on down to the lanes. Motorcycles on standby. Standby motorcycles. Chris in the Tower Lane takes the win on that one with a 1021 on a 1020 dial. Crossing the stripe at 129 miles an hour. Chris Heldy with a 915 on a 911 dial, crossing the stripe at a $145. Now we have John to back. 1989 S10 Rad Torque Systems truck. Up against Elijah Copeland, the 81 Chevy Camaro. John takes the W on that one with a 1047, 118 mile per hour. Elijah ran a 1295 at 103. We have Andy Klosky in his 1965 Chevy Strip Teaser, powered by a 406, up against Rich Dice. 73 Black Nova with the Ghost Flames on the side of it, driving for Transporters Logistics. And thanks to John Tabak for the LS swap. Rich is dialed in with an 1121 and off they go. Andy's dialed in with a 987. Making their way down to the finish line. Cross the line, Lordco Lane takes it. That is Andy with a 998 at 120 miles per hour. Rich made it across the stripe with an 1124 at 119 miles per hour. Up next, we have Steve Baskerville and his Ford F-150 dialed in at 1160, coming up alongside Jessica Armstrong at the starting line in her 75 Dart, driving with Armstrong Family Racing. Lighten up the bulbs. Staged. We got 4 lit, and we got a green light for Jessica. Steve Baskerville chasing her down the track. Hard brakes on the Lordco lane, and Steve Baskerville takes it at an 11:59, 91 miles an hour. Jessica Armstrong ran a 13:34 at 102. Tyler Smith takes that last run with an 11:69, 107 miles per hour. We got Josh Klosky in his 86 Mustang hatch, lining up next to Sean Langley in the Mustang, in the red Mustang. Josh Klosky, 17:47, takes the win on that one. On a 17:41 dial, crosses the stripe at 77 miles per hour. Sean Langley reeling him in all the way down the track, but he crossed the stripe with an 11:70 at 109 miles per hour.
Copy that. Waiting on cars.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, this is your call to lane 6. Motorcycles, come on down for your final round. This is your call to lane 6. We need hot rod, super shifters, and license and test. You guys are on standby. Shout out to Jaw Portable Buildings for keeping our boys down on the track there. Nice and cool with a shady spot to chill out in. And I'm going to go ahead and do a little plug for TCS products. Torque Converter Specialties. Seen a few cars driving today with TCS on them. It's a family-owned Langley, BC company founded in 1968. Started off as a small transmission rebuild shop in New West. Grew into one of North America's top names in high-performance automatic transmission parts and torque converters. Founder Bob Marshall was a competitive drag racer, and his racing experience directly inspired many of the performance products they still manufacture today.
Can you please remind her?
Juniors, listen up, juniors. If you were out in round 1 and haven't picked up your contingency prizes, make your way down to the tower. Got something waiting here for you guys. Yeah, I was talking about TCS, big sponsor, the drag strip. They're born from drag racing passion right here in BC. TCS Products in Langley has spent more than 55 years building the converters, billet internals, and transmission hard parts that help racers put every bit of horsepower to the pavement. Track crews just giving the track a quick drag, making sure we have a nice, clean surface to race on. Coming up next, we got Super Pro. Super Pro is on the way. They're going to be racing down the strip very shortly. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are looking for hot rods. Hot rods, come on down to the lanes. We need you guys in the staging lanes. Super shifters in the pits. We need super shifters in lane 3 and 4. License and test, we need you guys in lane 6. Attention in the pits. We need a standby for Pro. Pro, you are on standby.
One more announcement for you. Bo is downstairs.
We have another announcement here. Bo is ready downstairs for whoever wants to take photos at the winner's circle. If you want some winner circle photos, which I'm sure you do if you're a winner today, come on down to the tower to get your winner circle photos. Well, we have a racer with a dead battery at the starting line, so I'm going to go ahead and jump into some more fun facts, fun car facts for you guys while we're waiting. Here's a fun one for you. Steam cars once beat gassed cars. The Stanley Motor Carriage Company built steam-powered cars that were seriously fast for their time. One even set a land speed record over 127 miles per hour in 1906. A steam car being faster than early gas cars is kind of a wild thing. Here's a fun one. Some early cars came with built-in picnic sets. Luxury touring cars in the 30s and 40s sometimes had factory picnic kits, glasses, and fold-out trays. And it looks like Kevin McNichol's going for a solo run if Daniel Rodrigue can't get that rail car started up. So Kevin's got his tires hot, lining up at the starting line in his 67 Nova. Green light with a 003 reaction. He's got a 982 dial. Makes it to the end of the track with a 982 and a 4. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super shifters, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super shifters, come on down. Got a couple rail cars here. Colton Morin, Morin Motorsports. In the left lane, Jeremy Soares in the Lordco lane. Colton Morin, 615 big block Chevy on a 778 dial. Jeremy Soares in his 01 Cameron rail car, 584 big block Chevy on a 740 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. License and test, this is your final call. Final call for license and test. And Jeremy Soares of Terrace, BC took that last race, running a 743 on his 740 dial, crossing the stripe at 165 miles per hour. And now we got Mike Robinson. Mike Robinson in his 27 Roadster, up against Emily Gerard's rail car with the rad torque systems on the side of the car. Emily Gerard's got a 582 big block under the, almost said under the hood, 582 big block sitting behind her. Mike Robinson has a 448 under the hood. Emily's dialed in with a 750. Mike Robinson, 919 dial, inching their way up to break the staging beams. Clean launches in both lanes. Lordco lane for the win light. Mike Robinson, a 919 on a 919 dial. He ran a 919 with a 5 at 142 miles per hour. And Emily Gerard ran a 749 with a 4 on a 750 dial, so she broke out by 5 thou. We have Shaylin Svetic in the right lane. 1970 Ford front engine dragster. Warren Jacobson in the left lane in his 67 Chevy 2. Warren Jacobson, of course, our champion from yesterday. Warren's on a 1087 dial in the tower lane. Shaylin, the Lordco lane, 920 dial. And off she goes to reel him in and get past him. And Warren takes it to the 1094 at 128 miles per hour. Shaylin, little too quick, too fast by 3 thou. So Warren Jacobson takes that one. Moving on to motorcycle. We're in the motorcycle final, folks.
Who won between Jeremy, Soares, and Cole? Soares.
And that blue Suzuki did a 873 at 143 miles per hour. It looks like that was the first full pole run today for that bike. I haven't had any info on the screen, so I think that was test and licensing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro to the lanes. Pro, this is your call to the lanes. Come on down. Standby sportsman. Sportsman, you are on standby. And here we are for the motorcycle finals. We have Wild Bill on his 86 Kawasaki 1400cc powered machine. Wild Bill for Wild Racing, dialed in with an 1111 Daryl Storzuk in the right lane on his 86 Suzuki, powered by a 1428 League Pro Suzuki. He is on a 865 dial, and this is the motorcycle final. We had Wild Bill yesterday, motorcycle champion. Off he goes down the track. There goes Daryl chasing him. And today it is Daryl Storzuk with the win. Daryl Storzuk with an 860 on an 865 dial, 151 miles per hour through the trap at the end of the track. Wild Bill ran a 939 on an 1111 dial. Well done, Daryl. You are today's motorcycle champion. And now we have Walter Johnson in his 72 Chevelle, dialed in with an 1115 in the tower lane. In the Lordco lane, there is Rob Hodgson, 1967 Plymouth 440. He's on a 1064 dial. And it goes to Walter Johnson in the TCS lane. 72 Chevelle, he ran a 1119 on an 1115 dial. Takes the W on that one. And we got Jamie Roth in the tower lane in his 64 Comet, powered by a 347. Up against Will Zorik in his 62 Bel Air, powered by a 409. Jamie's got a 1004 dial. Will's dialed in with an 1100. Lord Colane, Will Zorick takes the win on that with an 11:07 at 122 miles an hour. Jamie Roth broke out by a 10th, giving Will Zorick the win on that one. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need sportsmen. Come on down to the staging lanes. Super Pro, you're on standby. Sportsmen, make your way down here. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Dale Wood in the Lordco lane, 72 Nova. About to make a pass for us here. Cross the line with an 1194 at 114 miles per hour. Healthy looking burnout for Dave Kowalski and his Nova with the Yenko stripe down the side that says Dachau, not Yenko. Great looking car, sounding very healthy. And the chutes come out. Successful rip. 730 at 191 miles per hour. Third gen Camaro burnout on the limiter. And the Camaro goes screaming down the track with a 914 at 154 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need sportsmen. Sportsmen, come on down to the staging lanes. We got Shane Ledger now. Shane Ledger in the Lordco lane is 67 Nova, 565 Dart block. Taking it down the strip for a test run. Little slow on the reaction time, but that's why we have test runs. Cutting the quarter mile in 8.61 seconds at 157 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, Steve Baskerville. Steve Baskerville, sportsman. We need you in the lanes. And we got Andy Klosky back in the strip teaser. 65 Chevy in the Lordco lane up against Steve Watkins in the 2018 Ford Mustang. Steve Watkins on a 1215 dial. Andy Klosky on a 988 dial. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Super Pro. Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, come on down. Andy Klosky. Healthy leave, popping the front tires off the ground. Heading down the track, 0.12 reaction time, and Andy Klosky takes it with a 992 on a 988 dial. Steve Watkins broke out by 3/10. Now we have Chris Stone in his 68 Dodge 440 power car. Stone Cold Racing up against John Tabak in his 89 S10 with a Rad LS under the hood, driving the Rad S10 pickup truck. John is dialed in with a 1042, Chris Stone a 1022. They're making the way down the River Valley Ford dragster right now. And the wind light goes to the Lordco lane at 1032, 111 miles per hour. John Tabak runs a 1067 on his 1042 dial at 127 miles per hour. We got Josh Klosky in the tower lane, his 86 Mustang. Fox Body versus Steve Baskerville in the single cab F-150 in the Lordco lane. Steve's dialed in. 1160, Josh 1746. Green light for Josh. Down the track he goes with a... And there he goes, Steve Baskerville chasing him down. And Steve Baskerville takes it with 1156 on an 1160 dial. Both drivers broke out, but Steve broke out a little bit less. Josh Klosky on a 1738. On a 1746 dial. Now we have Tyler Smith. 68 Chevelle, 1160 dial. Driving that thing down the track. Crossing the stripe with a 1155. Goes a little quick. 4/10. 40 thou. Too quick. Track crew out, giving the track another drag. And I slipped up my words there. like Tyler Smith and fans of Tyler Smith, that was 400ths, not 4/10ths. Makes a big difference in bracket racing. Taking a break to thank Comox Valley Excavating, a Vancouver Island-based excavation and site services company providing professional earthworks for residential and commercial projects across the Comox Valley and surrounding areas. They specialize in land clearing, grading, trenching, and full site preparation for new builds and developments using experienced operators and heavy equipment to get projects started safely and efficiently. From preparing home foundations to shaping land for roads, drainage, and infrastructure, Comox Valley Excavating focuses on delivering reliable, precise work that quite literally builds the groundwork for the communities they serve. Still in a bit of a quiet time on the track here, I'm going to shout out Tristan Plumbing. Tristan Plumbing and Heating, Mission BC-based mechanical contractor, founded in 2000, operating from its head office on River Place in Mission. They've grown into a 120-plus person team with more than 350 completed projects across BC, serving commercial, residential, and institutional builds. Tristan Plumbing and Heating has grown into one of BC's leading mechanical contractors with more than 120 professionals delivering plumbing, HVAC, electrical, and large-scale building systems across the province. Well, this has been a great weekend. The weather has been very kind to us. Beautiful weather right here at this beautiful racetrack next to that beautiful river. Gotta love it. Special thanks JBS Equipment, title sponsor of this season opener. And I must say, from a personal note, as this is my first ever weekend being an announcer, let alone an announcer at Mission Raceway, my second day on the job, I am supremely enjoying it. And thanks to the Mission Raceway team for having me on board. Just a reminder, Mopac Auto Supply Friday night street legal number 1, April 24th, the first Friday night street legal of the season. Come on down, it should be a good time. I heard burnout, so I came running back to the microphone. We have Jeremy Soares in the tower lane, driving the rail car with a 584 big block Chevy behind him, up against Mike Robinson in the Lordco lane, 1927 Roadster. And we have the win light on for Jeremy Soares, who crosses the finish line with a 739 on a 740 dial. Mike Robinson gave that one to him. Now we have Warren Jacobson, 67 Chevy 2, powered by a 454 in the tower lane. Kevin McNichol in the right lane, driving his 67 Nova. McNichol on a 982 dial, Warren Jacobson on a 1087 dial. 67 Chevy 2s, two of them, down the strip, and McNichol gets it with a 985, crossing the stripe with a 134 mile per hour ET. Warren Jacobson ran a 1086 at 138 miles per hour. We have John Trebek in his S10 lining up to take a pass down the strip. John got off the line a little bit early there. Throwing the red by 2, Hundo, crossing the finish line at 11:24, 88 miles per hour. We got the blue Suzuki motorcycle who went for a full rip down the full quarter in the last pass. Lots of 500-foot, maybe even 8th mile test passes today. On another test pass. And another full hit down the length of the strip at 876, quarter mile ET, 144 miles per hour. more quiet time on the track right now. Giving another shout out to JBS Equipment. This event's title sponsor right here at the River Valley Ford drag strip. JBS Equipment, of course, built tough right here in Mission. JBS Equipment has become a global name in heavy-duty farm machinery with Fraser Valley-built spreaders, trailers, and baggers working fields all across North America and beyond. Also, a real quick shout out to my friend Jason Zamatis, who is watching the live right now. Mission Raceway has quite a production for the Lordco TV, the live events. In the bigger events, when there is drone footage and multiple camera angles, it is quite entertaining to watch. And if you are here in person, on the Lordco side where you see the Mopac Auto Supply sign on the building across there, there is a giant screen. Production value at the big events is pretty spectacular. John in the S10 is back again for a pass.
It looks like we're gonna have to follow specifically, let's follow the total finals.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need pro finals, sportsman finals, and super pro finals. To the lanes. Come on down to the lanes. Pro, sportsman, super pro. You guys are needed in the lanes. Come on down for the finals. And we have a quiet racetrack once again, so we're going to shout out Mountain View Harley Davidson, a full-service Harley Davidson dealership based in Chilliwack, BC, serving the Fraser Valley and beyond. They offer new and pre-owned Harley Davidson motorcycles plus parts, accessories, apparel, and full service and maintenance for V-twin bikes. From cruising the valley to hitting the open highway, Mountain View Harley Davidson in Chilliwack is the Fraser Valley's home for new and used Harleys, performance parts, and everything you need to keep the ride going strong. More trailers heading off the track grounds here. The herd is thinning. The herd is thinning. Quick shout out to Mr. Lube, Canadian quick service automotive maintenance chain. Over 170 locations nationwide, specializing in no appointment oil changes and preventative vehicle maintenance. They service everything from daily drivers to trucks, offering fast under-vehicle service while customers stay in their car. We got John in the burnout box getting his LS-powered S10 fired up. Looks like he's going for another data run. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro finalists, come on down to the staging lanes. Two burnouts, 4 sticky tires. We got Chris Stone in the tower lane in his 68 Dodge. 440, Stone Cold Racing, Willowbrook Motors. Andy Klosky in the Lordco lane is 65 Chevy, the Strip Teaser. Powered by a 406, Andy has a 989 dial. Chris Stone dialed in with a 1022. Chris lights up the win light, 1023 with a 4 on a 1022 dial. With a 001 reaction time on that last pass. Andy Klosky ran a 991 with 133 mile per hour. Tyler Smith in the right lane in his 68 Chevelle on an 1160 dial. Steve Baskerville in the tower lane in the Ford F-150 single cab pickup truck. We got 1160 and 1160 dial. Steve Baskerville takes it with an 1190 against Tyler Smith's 1216. Tyler Smith had the jump on Steve off the line by 0.06, but Steve took it 1190, 94 miles per hour across the stripe.
Well, what can you say about an opening weekend like that? Weatherman was certainly on our side. If we go back a couple of weeks ago, I bet nobody saw this coming. Kind of looked much more like one of those weekends that we would just cancel everything way ahead of time. Save everybody some traveling woes. Thank you.
It's a hard one to deliver. Had to walk all the way across the office here.
Yes, sorry about that.
Yeah.
So I honestly don't know what we have left, but I know it's not much. Got our Super Pro final round sitting at the head of staging. So what did you say, Ken Lowe? Is that that's it? We're down to just 2 cars.
Why do we only have one check for?
Looks like Jeremy Soares and Kevin McNichol. McNichol, the reigning champ. He's got the bullseye on his helmet this year. I think it's 3 years running that he's grabbed the championship. Somebody's going to have to put a stop to it. Well, here we go with our final of the opening weekend. The JBS ET Series here at the River Valley Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Door car versus dragster. Jeremy Soares in the dragster over in the Lord Co lane, dialed in at 740. 2.42 seconds will separate them on the starting line via the handicap, as Kevin McNichol, the reigning 2025 Super Pro champion here at Mission, is dialed in at 982. The door car is going to get out there, I'm going to say about 125 feet or so before Jeremy will get his light. Look more like 150 to me. Both sides 002 at the finish line. It is Kevin McNichol, the reigning champ, keeps on rolling. How about this, folks? 3 total. 002, dead 1 at the finish line, taking 39. So he's only 2 thou away from breaking out. Yeah. But Jeremy Soares was 743 on the 740 dial. He was 009 up front, so could not get it done. Was that 009 light? He was mathematically eliminated 3 times over by a 3 thou package by Kevin McNichol. So nice job, Kevin McNichol. Congrats on the win. So congrats to all of our winners and runner-ups. And fantastic job, all racers, all drivers. Great job by the staff here at Mission Raceway Park. What a great day. Look at this. It's like 10 after 4, and we're done. How's that for an opening weekend? Everybody got the rust knocked off, and great job, everyone, including our new announcer, Mike, up here in the tower. Good job, man.
Thank you, John. I enjoyed my break-in period. And for the announcers out there, I enjoyed announcing. For you guys racing down Mission Raceway's track here, it has been an awesome first weekend, and I feel quite privileged to be a part of the team here. So thanks to all the the track staff for welcoming me here to Mission Raceway. A track I've been coming to since I was 4 years old. It's pretty neat to be talking over the track's PA system.
Well, our pleasure to have you, Mike, and once again, great job, everybody. All the track staff here at Mission, lots of hard work takes place to pull off a race weekend. So very much grateful for everybody on board. And with that said, I think we can call it a wrap. Opening weekend is done. So I think 3 weeks time till we do this all again. Maybe 2 weeks. Do we just have 1 weekend off or 2 weekends? 2 weekends off.
No,
1 weekend off. Yeah. So I am no more or less certain than I was before after asking people up here in the tower. You know, the tower where the racetrack is run from. You'd think somebody up here might know what's going on, but maybe not. So we'll see you in a couple of weeks, everybody.
except for street legal.
Street legal. That'll be next Friday night. Thanks, Willie. Where would we be without you?
Finishing off at 7.
So once again, folks, great weekend. Great having you. And we get to do this again in 2 weeks' time. Or, if you can't wait that long, there is the Mopac Performance Street Legal Series. That starts off next Friday night. So we'll see you then, folks. Thank you very much.
Did you have fun?